Interesting. Interesting. Tonight's going to be a good episode, folks. What up, Bink? We're going to talk about Daryl Davis. You're BBC, so I'm not going to spoil it for anyone else who might watch, but if you're curious about why the Daryl Davis thing is really funny, check the BBC. All right, let's go to my Twitch. I'm waiting for a crowd to gather. Wild. I don't even have time to. I'm not even gonna read. I don't know. This is shout out to shout out to Wither King. That person is fucking ridiculous. But first, we're gonna do something petty because Fluff asked us to.
the reason why these definitions are sexual and related to sexual topics is because they are describing sexual relationships, right? Not
Taftaj is an idiot. What up, Mad Lad?
Inherently
But
sexual.
it's separating
No.
the clothes based on sex.
Is it sexualizing them? Would you
I
feel
mean, some
comfortable
dresses
saying
for
that?
young kids could be sexualized. Yeah, there's clothes. At
Is it
Walmart
inherently
that's
sexual?
inappropriate.
The fact that because gender is inherently sexual, which is what you said. A boys and girls clothing section at Walmart is inherently sexualizing.
You can't
children.
have sex. You can't have sex without gender. So that's why it's a big.
Can you answer? Okay, answer the question. Is having a gendered section in Walmart sexualizing kids? The answer's no.
Yes, it is. No, it is.
What up, Scabby? What up, Mad Lad? I got banned from chat. I just got banned from Dylan's chat. They took my channel points away. That's funny. I think I just derailed the.
I'm just saying, you're using gender as the first descriptor of the person.
Because
that
I
you're
won't go
sexually
back to the
attracted
original topic.
But all of
and
a sudden, now you're
out.
saying you're a demisexual, yet you have a girlfriend. So, I mean, go
Yeah.
figure, bud. I think
Yeah,
you're a
let's
little-
just go back to the original
Okay,
topic.
This is some of the most brain dead shit I've ever heard. I can't do this anymore.
Grab this question.
I mean, that's an we can take that answer.
I'll
Joe.
take it.
We'll
take it. We can move on.
Joe, if it comes down to setting a standard and what is acceptable, it's definitely got to come down to the community, because you could go to San Francisco and the
Oh, I think I got banned again. Oh, CTV left. You can't hear the debate. How long till I get banned? What's up, y'all? I didn't realize there was that many of you in here now. I'm not interested in doing in listening to any of this. I'm just spamming the tweet that CTV made in chat. I'm All right, let's wait, where the fuck is all this? Drag and grooming is the topic with CTV on the panel, yes. And I got timed out. What the fuck? Where is the sound coming from? Oh, I'm stupid. Where the fuck is the sound? Oh, it's my phone. I'm fucking stupid. Sorry. Okay. All right, everyone. Let's do this fucking dumbass. What up, JJ, for now? What up, Jerson? That's so JJ for now. That's what I was doing, was spamming that in Dylan Burns' chat. All right. Let's get into this fucking goofball ass Stardust shit, cause it's already 10:30. I still have a few brain cells left, but I'm sure they'll be good and dead after we listen to some of Stardust's takes. I watched a little bit of this on the lift today at work, because so the reason for me doing this is there was a lot of dumb shit that Stardust said the first time, and I didn't catch all of it. And so I want to elaborate on some of the points while I actually have the chance to speak, and Stardust can't just like cut me off and call me a misogynist and fucking whine about the fact that I interrupt her when she says dumb shit that doesn't make sense. But there's that. The bell icon's not working? Yeah. Twitch doesn't like me. But anyway, we're going to talk about Daryl Davis. Stick around, because we are going to talk about Daryl Davis, and that's going to be very important. So if you can, stick around till the end after we watch this and get into this, because we're going to talk about Daryl Davis, because people keep bringing him up when they're talking about why they're platforming neo-Nazis, talking to neo-Nazis, et cetera, et cetera. And that might not be the best example, but we'll get into that at the end. You seem upset. You seem upset. Whoops, that wasn't it. You seem upset. Whoops, that wasn't it. You seem upset. Whoops, that wasn't it. All right, here we go.
Anti-fascist. They have taken steps.
We're going to talk about what Stardust calls entertainment, because it's not even entertaining objectively. Well, see, the thing is that it's just like calling something art. Literally anything can be art, right? Calling something art doesn't make a judgment about the quality of whatever it is. It's just an excuse for the person for when they make something that sucks, When they make something that objectively sucks, they can just say, well, it's art. And it's the same thing here. Something that objectively sucks is just entertainment, right? Captain A. Jones, thank you for the follow. Sir Denki, thank you for the follow. I don't know why my sound was turned down so low. But anyway, let's do this. Same question, but I guess and I'm kind of sweaty, but other than that, it's what was I just doing? I was doing something. Oh yeah, that's right. Ooh, somebody's slamming some stuff downstairs. Something or other. Big ups, A. One love, what up? Yeah, Globus, because like I actually I want her to do better. And before we get into this, let me pause this and tell you guys. Let me talk to you guys because I do want her to do better. I don't give a fuck if Stardust does TikTok dances on this bitch. I want her to not interact with and platform neo-Nazis. That's literally it. That's all everybody's saying. Because it doesn't do anything. It's not anti-fascism, and you're not humanizing yourself to these people. You can't demonstrate any of this. It's just excuses. Nasty NAs in my area? Yes. People make fun of me bouncing and removing Nazis from my area when the only thing that they've done in terms of anti-fascism is to like hand them a microphone. Because apparently if you let Nazis talk long enough, they'll just give up all their secrets to you, as if it would make a difference if you knew what they were going to do anyway. Because a lot of these people could not handle your average neo-Nazi. Stardust is actually a good singer. And see, that's what's so fucking sad, dude, is like, I'm sure Stardust was doing the whole singing thing, karaoke thing. Stardust was doing the meme. I'm sure she could have had a dope and warm and awesome community. But the hunger, the thirst, the desire for partner was so strong that you're just doing whatever gets you viewers, even if those viewers are neo-Nazis, which she admitted in the course of this conversation. She couldn't say it outright, but I got her to say that. But if there's any mistake about any of this, right, I want there to be no mistakes made about the fact that I genuinely want Stardust to succeed and I genuinely want her to do better, because this is not productive. It's not anti-fascism. It's not humanizing anyone. And she doesn't even enjoy it. She said herself she doesn't like it. She literally only does it because that's what keeps her engagements high enough to be partner. We know this. Everyone who has more than 2 brain cells knows this. And it's okay to admit that. Like, I feel like Stardust thinks that if she just says, I did this shit for attention, and now I have a community rife with Nazis, can you help me out? What should I do? That we're just going to make fun of her and let her struggle and like leave her to the cold. And that's just not true. Like I said in that conversation, the difference between us and them is that we avoid her because she talks with them, and they avoid her because she is brown. And those two things are not the same, right? And if it requires effort to enter both communities, why would you expend effort trying to humanize yourself to the neo-Nazis instead of trying to ingratiate yourself in the communities that you're actually a part of? Why not approach fucking any of the people in my sphere of influence, right? But that said, let's get back away from me being sweating to me still being sweaty. Yeah, that's right.
Hello?
How it goes?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm chilling. How you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. How are you feeling?
It's warm in this room because the AC is not particularly efficient in this section, and I'm sitting right next to my PC, so my windows are open, and I'm kind of sweaty. But other than that, it's cool. I'm off work, chilling. Go play some Hunt Showdown. It's pretty sick.
Congratulations.
I appreciate
Yeah. Okay, so
you. She was already mad.
I guess what do you want to talk about?
I was gonna ask you the same question, but I guess I could ask, like, what was the intent behind dropping the Richard Spencer interview? Just like in general, but also like why do that so soon after, like a white supremacist mass shooting that targeted specifically black people?
Yeah. So I guess the main thing is, I think people don't understand like the context of like where I'm coming from. And sorry, just 1 second.
Yeah, I'm tossing my camera on too. Sorry. Yo, what up, Arun? It's funny that Arun came in when I was talking to her. I shouted out Arun when she asked me who she should interview next. I said Arun. Shout out to Arun Eno. Follow him if you aren't already.
I think people don't understand like the context of where I'm coming from. So like, while Richard Spencer believes pretty horrible things, and I don't agree with him on anything that he believes in. For me, my main thing is, with Richard Spencer, I was building a relationship there so that I can set up further conversation.
So she admits in this right here that she wasn't trying to challenge him, convert him, anything like that. She just wanted to have a relationship with him. So let's see where she goes from there.
The first conversation with somebody like that is never going to be the most heated thing. You do need to like, unfortunately, it's just the way it is. You kind of have to work things up.
So she's correct here when you're talking about de-radicalizing people. You have to meet people where they're at. So you can't just immediately flip the fuck out on someone because they don't know the proper terminology or whatever, right? So if someone uses the T slur in casual language, you approach them, you say, hey, did you know that that's a slur? And then you have a conversation behind that, right? Now, the important aspect of everything that I just said and everything that she just said is that this happens behind closed doors in private between two individuals. That is it. It does not happen on YouTube in front of your entire audience and their entire audience. Because at that point, what you're doing is PR. You have an image to uphold, they have an image to uphold. You're playing characters. You're not having a conversation.
So I had to, kind of build a relationship with him and show his audience that like I'm an actual person, not a character that they've all like made me out to be, because that's generally like the number one thing.
That's understandable. So like to what end though? And I should have, so like, I really wish I would have started earlier with asking her to demonstrate how she is humanized, because it was like, I'm glad I asked her to what end that is, because I got her to basically admit that she doesn't care about anyone else but herself and that they humanize her. And that's supposed to be some magical first step to them not being white supremacists anymore, even though we understand white supremacy as a system of privileges that a person has to give up, right? So she can't demonstrate that any of these people have humanized her. What she's talking about, best case scenario, is that one of these neo-Nazis decide they want a token Indian girlfriend. Right? That's what she's talking about. She's saying, I want them to humanize me. At the very least, they have to acknowledge me as human, right? Which they don't, because acknowledging someone as human means acknowledging them as an equal. And none of these people see Stardust as equal. I can pretty much promise you that. That's why she doesn't want any of them to speak. But she can't demonstrate that any of these people from these communities, like, this is why the conversation got so weird, is because I know I'm not the only person who said these things to and about her. I know this isn't the first time she's had this conversation. I think I said as much in this conversation. It should be pretty simple to produce, right? Like screenshots, a clip, a VOD, something of this specific phenomenon that you're talking about. If it's common enough for you to tout it as a talking point that people from these communities humanize you now, I need to see that, because these are neo-Nazis we're talking about, and I don't trust them. And by extension, that means I don't trust you, because you're talking on their word, right? You are trusting that this person is humanizing you instead of fetishizing you, right? And if you don't know the difference, how am I going to? I would rather just not deal with them at all, but, you know.
To what end is, again, when people, it's usually the first step, right? When people start to look at you as a human being, then that's all I'm looking for. I'm not looking to change people's minds overnight. I'm not looking to change people's worldview.
She says she doesn't want to change their worldview. She's not looking to change their minds. She just wants them to respect and humanize her. That's it. So even if that were the case, her long-term goal, or rather, excuse me, her short-term goal is to just have them like her. Doesn't matter if they're still neo-Nazis, just as long as they don't call her slurs when she comes in the chat. That's an okay outcome for her, right? Even though we know, which is why I brought up Tom Metzger in the course of this conversation, because he was the one that kind of coined the term lone wolf theory when it comes to neo-Nazis and them branching off, moving by themselves and pretending to be liberal, to use dummies like Stardust to infiltrate liberal organizations to crank them right? And we see that happening in Stardust's chat in real time, because she doesn't understand this concept, because she's not an anti-fascist, and if she actually had anti-fascist mods in her circle like she says she does, they would have told her this, because people who aren't even as into anti-fascism as I am, when the opportunity some years ago presented itself for me to speak to Stefan Molyneux, they lost their fucking minds and told me not to do that shit. Why? Because it's fucking obvious, right? And I, admittedly, in that scenario, I wasn't thinking about the potential ramifications. I was thinking, damn, I will look really fucking cool slam dunking on Stefan Molyneux, right? And I'll admit that. She can't, though.
My main thing is, if I'm not in that space interacting with these people, a lot of these audience members don't have, all they have is basically a caricature that other people made of me, or made of what somebody like me is supposed to be.
Which is such a weird statement, because she literally is a caricature. I don't know anything about Stardust. The only thing I know about Stardust is that she talks to neo-Nazis. I have no idea what her political positions are. I have no idea what her life experiences are, other than that she had Muslim conservative family members, which is true of like so many fucking people, right? We don't know shit about Stardust. Can I bump the volume on the VOD?
So I have had some success with that. I get that it's not for everybody. I've never said that my way is the best way, or that it's the only way. But I think people have to understand, like, when I first started dating people, and even Richard Spencer wasn't a debate; it was like an interview, right? But
yeah,
when
I mean, yeah.
People,
and that's what's so wild, is like, you interviewed him. And this is what's so ridiculous, right? Is that we're not criticizing her for talking to Richard Spencer. We're criticizing her for dropping the Richard Spencer interview on YouTube the same day as the Buffalo shooting. If she had done this completely in private, away from the eyes and ears of everyone, no one would give a fuck. I wouldn't care. Like, I would, if she was doing it with the intent of what she's saying she's doing it for, I would actually probably low-key commend her. I think it was fucking weird, but I'd be like, okay, cool. If you're doing outreach, cool, do you. But like, what's up, Wither King? What's up? This is what's so frustrating about this, is that these people want to say we're doing what Daryl Davis did, and I'm like, show me where Daryl Davis platformed these people, right? I can't find a single YouTube video on YouTube, on the internet, of Daryl Davis interviewing a Nazi, right? Because that's not what he does. So like, that's number one. But Daryl Davis wasn't even doing what everybody thinks he was doing. We'll get to that at the end of this. But yes, the straw man is that, or rather the Mott and Bailey, is that because Daryl Davis went to Klan rallies, went to hotel rooms in private specifically to meet with Klansmen, right? One-on-one in hotel rooms, dangerous as fuck, with Nighthawks and shit pointing guns at him, right? Because he did that, that makes it acceptable for these people to drop YouTube interviews with Richard Spencer, right? That's how brain dead the shit is. They think you're that stupid that they can tell you that, and you're like, oh, it makes sense. Those two things sound the same, right? Daryl Davis has his own issues. Don't spoil it, Selassie. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. But they're not even doing Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis is not doing what Daryl Davis is doing, or what they think he's doing, but they're not even doing Daryl Davis. Daryl Davis isn't even doing Daryl Davis. And like, that's what's frustrating just by itself about the whole de-radicalization argument, is because Stardust herself here admits that she doesn't see de-radicalization as an immediate outcome. She's just looking to ingratiate herself to these people, right? And by extension, because they have one brown lady token friend that will open their mind to the fact that they might potentially be able to have more brown lady token friends, right? So that's how we're moralizing this. But when you ask other people about it, they go on and on about Daryl Davis and how you need to do outreach, you need to talk to them, when that's not what she's doing, number one, and the outcome of what you're supposed to be doing when you do that is not what she's looking for, number two, and she says as much. She said as much in this conversation.
It wasn't like, I was debating like old Muslim men, right? That was who I was debating on YouTube.
Why?
And I have debated people on like why female genital mutilation is like, you know,
why
something that we shouldn't be practicing.
Why?
So like when we
Why? You're literally a woman. You don't know all the talking points of people who are pro genital mutilation? That sounds like a you problem. If I have to debate white supremacists to find out what they think, there's something wrong with me, right? If I can't fire off all of the white supremacists' talking points, that's a me problem. The clown dust methodology, get slurred at, try to look human, get slurred at, repeat. That's the pattern, right? Yeah. And so the thing is like, you're not giving them any. Number one, okay. So for people, I'm going to spoil I'm just going to go ahead and spoil it because it's important for me to throw out there, and I need this point to be driven home immediately and effectively and as much as possible. White supremacy is an entire system, right? And white people have white privilege. White supremacists think that privilege is a good thing and work to uphold it and enforce it. So you literally have to give these white supremacists something that they think is more valuable than the benefits that they get from white privilege and white supremacy, right? Because even liberals, just renouncing white supremacy does absolutely nothing to affect the structure of white supremacy that exists every day. Liberals can say all they want, I renounce my white supremacy, but a police officer is still not going to look at them twice before they look at me, right? So it's like, when you just allow these people to be your friend, or when you gift them with your presence, even when they don't change and have expressed no desire to change, you're not gonna stick around until they eventually change. What you're doing is, it's okay that you're not going to change. I'm going to come here anyway. They have no incentive to change whatsoever. This is why later in the conversation I asked her, why would you build your part, do your part in the bridge before they do their part? Because if they haven't expressed the desire to change, then you giving them what they want is not going to push them either.
We have that in comparison to like Richard Spencer. You have to understand like my how do I describe it? It's just completely out of whack, basically, is what I'm saying.
Like you individually, or the way that they view marginalized groups as a whole?
Well, if we're talking about like old Muslim men, like I mean, they're just as racist.
The
as,
LAPD
like,
may
any
riot.
other socially conservative guy, right? And just as sexist as well, if not more so. And you know, so like my barometer for like for fucked up is like super off at this point. Ever since then. So it's not
That
like
sounds kind of rough, honestly.
You know, well, I mean, it's fine. You know, I'm used to it.
Is it?
But yeah, it's fine. But
How so?
well, I'm at this. I think I'm like especially suited to handle a lot of bullshit. And so
Thanks, Wither King.
so so I can handle that kind of stuff. I'm especially well suited for it. I'm not saying it's for.
But it's like, why do you like? Okay. I get the whole having a thick skin. Like I literally play fighting games. I understand that there's a certain degree of desensitization that occurs when you exist in like toxic environments, which is fair. But like when I'm doing the fighting game thing and people are calling me F slurs and N words and this, that, and the third, that's like not the point. The point is the fun of the game itself, and I get to not go through that sometimes when I'm playing the game, right? So like you're going into the situation that is like not the fun part. You're specifically like out of that, you're like, nah, I actually want to do the getting called slurs part. And like no game, no fun. Well, I guess the game is that a bunch of people will watch you do it, and that engagements translates into money when you're a partner. You can run ads and do all that kind of stuff. Makes sense now, actually.
For anybody else to do. I'm not saying that anybody else has to do what I do. I'm not saying even what I'm doing is the best way to do it.
You got a DACA for the debate? Sure. Which debate though?
All I'm saying is that this is the best way that I can do it. If this is the best way that I can do it, and I'm effective in this way, and I know I am,
She doesn't.
then
Are you?
that's how I'm going to do it. Yeah.
And this is where I should have asked her, like, can you show me where you were effective? But I got petty because I don't like Stardust. But
Yeah.
like with people like Richard Spencer and like old Muslim men and stuff.
It's not about Richard Spencer. It's not even about the old Muslim man. It's about their audiences.
And this is what confuses me, is because like fam. She literally admits in this conversation that there are plenty of other people that talk to these people. So it's like, it ain't like you're the only fucking brown lady that they've ever seen, right? So like, if that's not the case, then what's special about you? And you can't demonstrate this. Yeah, so because this is what confuses me, because we just had this conversation and I get the whole desire to be like perceived a certain way when you know that you have no control over how you'll be perceived. But the question I ask when I say to what end is that is like, what is that in furtherance of? Because we've just talked about how you feel they perceive you, and that's cool. And you've explicitly stated that you aren't interested in changing anyone's worldview. So
I don't think I'm going to change their worldview overnight. If I had that expectation, I would be disappointed every time. What I do expect is for them to walk away from the conversation with me, viewing me as like another human being, at the very least. And I know that I'm successful in at least that part.
yeah, but this is what I'm saying is like, how does that benefit anyone
That
else?
is the
Oh, thank
first
you.
step. That's the first step into people kind
Is
of
it?
questioning. Yeah, if people start questioning.
I should have turned the
First off,
gain
like,
down on
we
my
know
mic.
that
It started
people
raining and my
being
windows were
isolated and
open.
Ostracized leads to radicalization, and we know that people, when you know, the best
I think
way to combat
alienation
that-
actually leads to radicalization. And this was a silly point because, like, white supremacists in America are not isolated. I wish I would have expanded upon that more too, but like, you can definitely live a completely normal and full American dream life as a white supremacist, like as an outspoken white supremacist too. Like, you can go to bars, you can go to amusement parks, you can fall in love, get married, have children, you can be a teacher, you can be a police officer, you can be a lawyer, you could be a judge. Like, when you are a white supremacist, the ostracization or the isolation that occurs is literally just people who are not white not wanting to fuck with you anymore. That's it. So, like, when you talk about the isolation of these communities, the isolation doesn't come from the fact that they're white supremacists. It comes from the fact that they suck. Groypers fucking suck. That's why they're on the internet doing white supremacy shit, right? Richard Spencer fucking sucks. That's why he's in the position that he does. So, like, you necessarily need to have people who personally interact with them, like, in their real lives, because the internet, like, I don't think these people understand what the internet is to people like that. Like, the internet is to people like that the bathroom wall, because that's more or less what it is, right? Like, the internet is kind of like the bathroom wall of the world. It can be used for some really, really good purposes, right? Like, if I wanted to, I could go to my local Denny's right now and write the entire fucking Jean-Paul Sartre foreword to The Wretched of the Earth by Frantz Fanon on the inside of the stall wall, right? That's something I could do. And whoever takes a shit in there after that might have their fucking life changed, depending on who it is and where they're at in their life from then on until it gets covered up or whatever, right? Or I could draw swastikas and write people's ex-girlfriends' phone numbers and slurs, right? And those are two different types of people who would do those two things. Like, ostracization is not always a bad thing. Sometimes you have to ostracize people, right? For certain behaviors in order for them to understand that those things aren't okay because they harm other members of society. I think people, I'm just watching my view count go up. So I think people have realized I'm watching Stardust now, or people from her community have realized I'm watching it now. So, hey, Chud Logic, I finally said your name.
Sure, but when a lot of people, when people are ostracized and they haven't done anything to harm society, and I'm not saying that about Richard Spencer, I'm saying that about people in his audience, right? There are very likely going to be people in his audience who have not done anything, who are nothing but people who've, like, watched his content, right?
So, like, when you say ostracize, are you saying just, like, ban? Oh my god, I can't believe I fucked up that hard. But, so, here's what's silly, right? If these are people who do nothing, then why does it matter if they're Nazis or not? Right? Because if you're a Nazi and you're isolated and nobody fucks with you anymore because you're a Nazi racist piece of shit, so you just sit in your house and beat your dick and post racist shit on the internet and draw swastikas on the bathroom wall at your local Denny's, who gives a fuck? You're never going to get laid. You're not going to reproduce. You're not going to infect children with your shitty fucking garbage behavior, and you're going to be dealt with in about 60 to 70 years. So who cares, right? When you say like white supremacist and like neo-Nazi and shit like that to me, I think of people like Jason Tankersley, Tom Metzger, Rick Haught, right? Steve Smith, right? These are names just in my general area, except for Tom Metzger. But these are people that are who do real serious harm, including people like Richard Spencer, right? Because they're the type of people who have the reach to influence people who would do things like the Buffalo shooting. Case in point, right? People like Lauren Southern, right? And I'm only saying these names right now because you already know who Stardust is, and Stardust fucks around with both of these people, right? So it's not like I'm exposing you guys to anything new or ridiculous, but so this is the bizarre thing to me, right? Especially if we're going to talk about how I'm a LARPer, or that my actions don't actually reduce fascism, right? Especially if we're going to say that the act of voting Democrat is anti-fascism. I'm sure some people would probably say, which is absolutely fucking, I'm impressed by how ridiculous that is. And I'm not going to strawman it just because I'm waiting for somebody to actually make that argument before I actually teabag it. But if you're going to say that me removing specifically potentially harmful people from an environment where people are vulnerable, i.e. a place where people are drinking or dancing, they're being intimate with one another, not like fucking or anything, but like people are kissing, they're dancing, they're touching each other, having a good time, they're just trying to chill, right? And now these fucking, this neo-Nazi potentially is in here. And there's a lot of black people, there's a lot of trans people, there's, you know, people who are not in the demographic of people that white supremacists would probably not genocide, right? And I remove them because there's only like 1 or 5 of them, and everyone else in the fucking club who doesn't want to have to deal with them, right? And literally only because they refused to just chill the fuck out on that shit for that couple of hours that they were inside of the club, right? That is infinitesimally small, to quote Sansol. That is a small act of anti-fascism, but these people can sit and talk to groypers, teenagers, who are effective at absolutely nothing they do in life on the internet for hours, thinking that they're dunking on them when they're really just handing them a microphone and giving them another place to speak, another outlet to proselytize on. That if you do enough hours of that, that's eventually anti-fascism, though. Right? Because and this is the question I want to ask too. What's the point of de-radicalization? The answer is obvious. I'm waiting for someone to come in and talk to me about it because I know they'll tap dance around it. But yeah. Let me see if I can find a spot where I was. What is that? I don't understand.
It's not like I don't have that little faith in my audience. Flamenco is a
You don't think people who like Richard Spencer and neo-Nazi? Oh wait, okay. It was when it first started raining. You know, you could have pushed that back for like 5 years. Look at the comments.
I don't.
Their immediate, like.
They dig themselves down into the dirt even
There it
further
was.
if they feel like everybody is working against them.
Let's expose stupid teens to the
You
most
know that
effective
that's what
Nazi
they did with,
spokespeople
like,
of
the
last
Muslim
decade after they've
extremists,
been
right?
disarmed.
Like,
It will be good
Muslim
bridge building.
extremists
Yeah.
were isolated themselves.
They're an
they
explicitly
felt-
oppressed community, though.
But they may be oppressed, but they were also isolated.
And this is white people shit. I don't know why the fuck Stardust did this. This is weird as fuck. I should have been sus in the conversation right here. And you can see the look on my face. It smelled funny off top. But like being able to like be out of the moment and not being worried about like fucking 40 of the grapers from Stardust community being in here ready to spam my shit. This is white people shit, dog. I'm asking you about white supremacists and suddenly you start bringing up Muslims and extremist Muslims. I don't know why she does this again later in the conversation too when I ask her about ethnic nationalists, and it's funny as shit too. We'll get there though.
On top of that.
Do you think the oppression or the isolation has more to do with radicalization?
I think the isolation, honestly.
Because
There are plenty of oppressed Muslim people. There are plenty of oppressed people in the world who don't become radicalized and would turn into Muslim extremists.
I was just about to say there's plenty of isolated communities who also don't become radicalized.
What would you define as isolated, though? Do they feel like they have no contact with the people around them?
No, just they're what you would consider like a social or maybe even an ethnic in-group. They have no contact with anyone outside their immediate like sphere of influence, but they're not by any means what you or I would consider radical or violent or extreme.
So when I talk about like Muslim extremists, like we can look at like people who they aren't just isolated from their the American culture. They're also isolated, like even in comparison to their in group. They're in comparison to them. They're still isolated because oftentimes their in group isn't as radical as them either.
So wait a minute. I didn't catch this. I don't know why I didn't realize this in the moment. But if she's literally talking about American extremist Muslims, like extremist Muslims in America, then of fucking course they're going to be isolated. We live in a white supremacist culture in society. There was an entire fucking period of time. I don't know if she remembers immediately after 9/11. But like Muslims or just general brown people, like even like Sikhs and shit, were they like came pretty close to occupying the same rung on the ladder that niggas did, we'll say. Muslims became honorary niggas after 9/11. And you guys know what I mean when I say that. For those of you who are old enough to remember. It turned from, do you guys remember in the Looney Tunes when fucking Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck would be standing there in front of Elmer Fudd with his gun out, and they would be ripping a sign off the post, going back and forth, Wabbit season, duck season, Wabbit season, duck season. That's basically what happened after 9/11. It was Muslim season, nigga season, Muslim season, nigga season, right? That was it for like, god damn, dude, until the 2010s, for real. Like, Sikh temples were getting fucking burnt to a crisp. Like, I don't understand why you would even remotely begin to make this comparison if you're talking about American Muslims.
And so and they feel like they're disenfranchised. They feel
Of course
like
they do.
understands them.
Because they're
And that's
second-class
oftentimes,
citizens.
like a breeding ground for people to take advantage.
They're treated
of
like
people
second-class
and for
citizens,
people
excuse me,
to,
before I get clipped and
influence
shipped
people
and
and
chimped.
kind of like radicalize them further.
And I need to hold on. I cannot stress this enough. I'm gonna run it back because I know I was talking. I cannot stress this enough. If I see my name associated remotely with anything with the word chimp in it, I will find you.
The door back up, so people can start thinking and second guessing maybe if I can have like a decent connection with this person, or if I can understand this person, maybe what I think about these people is wrong, you know. And that's just step one. I'm not asking for anything more than that. I'm not asking for people to like praise what I do. I expect to get a shit on, and I always do every day. And I expect people to absolutely hate the fact that I'm interacting with these people.
But see, that's the thing that's not the problem, right? As I've already said, if you just did this on your own time in private and didn't monetize it, then I would be more inclined to think it is to believe you when you say what it is, but you can't demonstrate that you're doing what you say you're doing. And the comments section, as I've said in this conversation, doesn't say you're doing what you say you're doing either.
But I just want to be left alone, and I just want to be able to do what I do.
I don't think those are two, I don't think you can say those two things. I think you're kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth there, where you can say that you expect critique when you do free PR for neo-Nazis, and then you want to be left alone. Like, you don't see why there would be...
I expect critique, sure. Yeah, 100%. I guess when I say I just want to be left alone, I mean, I'm willing to engage with people who have criticisms for me, but like once we engage, like I just want to walk my own way, you know, and I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do at the end of the day. And I'm not saying it's the best way. I'm not saying it's the only way. In fact, I've said many times that there's tons of value in doing.
Honestly, right here, because I've always known that she was gonna keep doing this shit regardless of what we said or did. But if she just at this point just straight up told me this shit is blowing out my engagements and I'm making a bag off of it, I'd have been like, all right, that's fucked up, but if you're going to do it, you're going to do it. I would have blocked her or whatever, and that would have been the end of it. But we got to play this game where we pretend like we're doing this shit altruistically. So for any dumbass people who might get the bright idea that that's a good thing to do, we gotta teabag it and show why it's not a good idea. And at the end of this, we're gonna make a straight Q&A of dumbass excuses for why people want to talk to neo-Nazis to blow out their engagements. Tagma.
Other ways, but and doing other.
Yeah, she's trying to find common grounds with Nazis. Avowed white supremacists, yes.
And I know I'm not effective in those other ways.
But like, if you're doing free PR for Nazis, maybe just like stop and don't.
Well, that's what you view it as, right? You view it as free PR.
That's not what I view it as. That's how they view it. Look at the comments.
I don't think so. I think if you looked at the dissident right and you looked at Richard Spencer is not somebody who's well loved in the dissident right. If anything, all of America First.
She dodged the shit out of that question. She eventually gets to it because I hold her to it. I don't let her get away from it, but she pivoted right away from the comments on that video.
Hates Richard Spencer.
Who told you that?
Richard Spencer himself and Nick Fuentes himself, they hate each other.
And she believes them. First of all, it doesn't fucking matter. And I said that even if it were true. But like, she's legitimately like, oh, the people who are both working to genocide me, yeah, they hate each other and I believe them because they told me so. Like,
all of AF hates Richard Spencer.
Like,
there's a lot of infighting in the dissident right.
I would say, hold on. Let me just say this. Hypothetically, let's just say hypothetically, you had an enemy army, right? And you'd maybe potentially already defeated them one time, or perhaps they're strong in one area and weak in another area, and they're trying to become strong in that area under close watch. They're trying to organize, right? wouldn't you want to convince the people trying to investigate you that you all hate each other and that you're not working together? Wouldn't that seem like a no fucking brainer? Wouldn't that seem like the most fucking possibly obvious thing that you could ever do in the world? If you don't want people that to ever think that you're working together, you just pretend to hate each other. Because the only time they interact with you or you at the same time is like minutes out of months out of years, and they have no fucking clue what you guys do off camera or behind closed doors. Isn't that a weird concept? Isn't that just like a weird science fiction like short story that I just came up with? Here's why this is kind of a silly conversation to have. Because we're not talking about whether or not they like each other or whether they like get along in a locker room. We're talking about white supremacy. So it doesn't matter if they like each other because they're interested politically in the same thing.
It does matter because they are imploding on themselves because of how much they hate each other.
You're telling me that it matters that they would be standing on opposite sides of the lynching?
Right now, they were, like, if you look at the dissident right now, they are way too much at each other's throats to get anything done. They're quite literally
Are you serious?
imploding right now. Yes.
We're not in the middle of like a whole wave of anti-trans legislation or anything like that?
And the anti-trans legislation is something that's happening for sure, but that's happening.
It's just a
in,
complete
like,
coincidence. Has nothing to
that's
do with
gonna
fascism in the country.
Are you gonna you're gonna let me finish?
Sorry, my bad.
That's something that's pushed generally like by moderate conservatives. If you're talking about dissident right, the dissident right specifically right now, they're all at each other's throats.
Are we having two different conversations? Because I'm talking about white supremacy. Is there like a moderate white supremacist to you?
If you are talking about the spaces that I interact with,
Yeah, white supremacists.
People don't, right. I know these spaces pretty well.
So you know they're white supremacists.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You're saying that it matters that they would be standing on opposite sides of the lynching because they don't like each other?
There's no lynching happening from them right now because right now they are at each other's throats.
Aren't we literally having this conversation because you posted a Richard Spencer interview like 5 days after an anti-black mass shooting?
Oh, it wasn't 5 days. If you want to know, it was like the same day. I did the interview the same day.
Oh, you dropped. Was there? What a wild counter to that. Like, she didn't even challenge that. Like, that's what makes me think she's sus, dog, is because she didn't even care about the fact that she just got cooked on that point. She just straight wanted to go for what she thought would be the emotional dagger for me and say that she dropped it the same day. Like, actually, I dropped it the same day. Like, what kind of person does that, yo? Nah, that's not even useful idiot territory. That's just straight up like, what are you trying to do here? What do you want, Stardust? That's kind of, now that I rewatched this again and I watched that in context, because, so the air is hostile here, and it was from the beginning, but that's something a little different. No, I wouldn't necessarily, it's manipulator vibes, but like, okay. You make the point that you don't think lynching's happening, right? You don't think lynchings are a thing, which is dumb as fuck to say. We could have just isolated that statement by itself and it would be jaw-dropping, right? But then I come behind that and say that the reason why we're even having this conversation in the first place is because she dropped the Richard Spencer interview after a mass shooting, an anti-black mass shooting happened, right? So boom, she makes a gross point and I destroy it. She doesn't make any counterpoints. She doesn't try to concede the point or anything. She thinks that she's countering, right? Because we're having a conversation on two different levels, right? And this is what's so strange about her accusing me of speaking or arguing in bad faith, is because she treated that like it was a counter to what I was saying, when in reality her feelings were hurt, and she just thought that that would hurt my feelings back too. It'd be like, actually, I dropped it the same day that the mass shooting happened. Like, because she would be smart enough to know that that only strengthens my point in the moment, which means that she would be smart enough to know that the only reason for saying that would be to elicit an emotional response from me. You guys understand? Are you following me, or am I reaching? Because you can tell me if I'm reading too far into this. But that's just, it's failing the vibe check now that I watch it in third person even harder than when I was in it in the moment. If you guys can understand that. Like, what was the motivation behind that?
It was already scheduled, and I wasn't going to.
There was no way to like push, because you could have pushed that back for like 5 years and still been the first person of prominence to interview Richard Spencer.
I wouldn't have. Richard Spencer already has people who he's been talking to.
So why do you need to contribute to that?
I already explained it to you. It's not for him. It's for his audience.
It's for you. So that doesn't make sense either, because I didn't ask who it was for. She said that there was already a lot of people talking to them and interviewing them, right? So obviously they would be doing it for their audiences as well. It's just, I don't get it. What delete? She could have had it on stream, delete the VOD, and post the YouTube later. I don't. What are you talking about? Oh, I get what you're saying. Like, she could have watched the interview on stream, deleted the VOD, and then posted the interview on YouTube later. Okay. Yeah, that would have still been scummy as fuck, but at least there would be the off chance that we wouldn't have found out about it. Because she streams so much and so much dumb bullshit that I don't watch her shit anyway, right? It would have made a big difference. It would have made a big difference, a huge difference. You think she wants Spencer to post before she did? She didn't want Spencer to post before she did. But that's still like, wouldn't that be a feather in her cap? If she was like, nah, that's gross, I'm going to let this neo-Nazi post on the day of mass shooting. I'm going to wait to drop. Or actually, you know what? That's actually not, it would have looked bad. You're right. If he dropped an interview with her the day of a mass shooting, and it's like not on her channel, she hasn't talked about it or anything, to us, because we don't watch her shit, we would have just found out about it.
It's his audience is learning to
like you,
to at least see
or entertain you.
No. I feel like you're being kind of we were starting off somewhere good where we were having a conversation, and now we're kind of slipping into bad faith.
Okay, my fault. Let me steel man your argument. See, that's why it was weird. That's why it was weird. Hold on, let's.
It's for his audience.
It's for you.
His audience is learning to
like you,
to at least see
or entertain
and
you. Right, and that's when I called her out a little bit on not actually humanizing her. I wish I would have went in on that, but yeah, she already acknowledged that other people speak to Richard Spencer, so necessarily their audiences would be exposed to other people who potentially might be trying to de-radicalize them or humanize themselves to them or whatever, right? So that completely kills your isolation argument right there. So you literally have you yourself have destroyed the only reason that you had for talking or trying to reach these people, right? That's number one. But number two is that if you're trying to introduce them to the real world or whatever, you're literally trying to expose them to a larger audience. If they're isolated, right, you're trying to expose them to a larger community. And I had another thought, but I lost my train of thought. What up, syrup them cheeks? Fuck, what was I just about to say? Okay, so if there's already other people, you've admitted earlier in the conversation, there's already other people speaking to people like Richard Spencer. So their audiences are being exposed to other people who are doing the same thing you're doing. The only reason that you would want to contribute to that is because, like you said, it's the best thing you know how to do when you could just not. So it's personally enriching for you, right? And you're not exposing these people, these members of his audience, to other people who they might have their mind changed by. You're exposing them to you. Because if they're the whole purpose for talking to Richard Spencer is because the assertion is that you're talking to Richard Spencer because the audience wouldn't otherwise see people like you. So it's literally just about you.
No. I feel like you're being kind of we were starting off somewhere good.
And see, she didn't want to hear that. She got mad. She thought we were going somewhere good because she thought she got me in my feels when she was like, actually, I dropped the interview the same day. Right? This is the whole point of me doing this too, and this is the thought that I just thought to make that I'm talking about here. If Twitch found out that David Duke made a Twitch account and had a Twitch account where he wasn't doing anything TOS, but he just had a huge community because he's David Duke, they would quickly ban him, right? Quickly. So even if he didn't do or say anything specifically TOS on the platform, just because of his association, right? So why people like this who interview Richard Spencer have so much content in other areas of them platforming neo-Nazis and just reproducing all of this content where neo-Nazis are speaking? How is that not like, at what point does Twitch say this is bad for our brand? We should probably ban this person because they're also just kind of bad in general, right? Like, it's a Nazi factory. I've complained about them. I'm sure there's loads of people who still regularly report Stardust, her community. Same with Dylan Burns. Stardust is still a streamer, yes.
Where we were having a conversation, and now we're kind of slipping into bad faith.
Okay, my fault. Let me steel man your argument. If I understand what you're saying to me correctly, you're saying that you platforming these people and just participating in their chat and like memeing with them is like
When do I meme with them? When do I participate in their chat?
What do you do when you talk to them on stream?
I don't participate in their chat. I talk to the person I'm talking to. I have plans beforehand. Like the Richard Spencer conversation, like that would I have like a whole like thing that we planned out beforehand. I have a whole team that works with me to plan questions.
Isn't the whole reason you do this to reach out to other people's chats, like Richard Spencer's chat, or like?
Well, to their audience, yeah, but I'm not reaching out specifically to the chat. Like their audience will see.
Are those two separate entities?
I mean, I'm not memeing around in their chat. I feel like that's inaccurate.
Okay, my bad. You guys watch. I'm not fucking going to, but I've seen the comments on the Richard Spencer interview. She was memeing. The one clip that I saw that Keffels shared was literally them talking about memes. The honk honk meme. Like, you're talking to their chat.
I'm talking to the subject.
In the hopes of reaching their chat, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're talking at their chat.
Not at their chat. No, I'm talking to the creator.
In the hopes that it will reach their chat.
In the hopes that it will reach their audience. I would
Which includes their chat.
Yeah.
Is that two separate entities, or are those the same thing?
There's like overlap, but they can be different.
Yeah, like a rectangle is a square, but a square is not a rectangle.
Sure. I think the audience is much broader than the chat.
Yeah, but the entire chat is the audience, yes?
It's a fraction of the audience.
Yeah, but you're still trying to reach them. And people beyond
right.
that.
I would clarify that it is the audience. The chat is a subset of the audience.
Okay, so you're trying to talk to this audience of neo-Nazis to convince them to like you.
They're not all neo-Nazis.
You don't think people who like
This was
Richard
funny.
Spencer are neo-Nazis?
Some of them are, some of them aren't.
What is your qualifications for being a neo-Nazi?
So some of them I'm assuming are moderate conservatives who've been kind of sucked a little bit too far. And some of them I am assuming are like quite literally like far right.
We're talking about white supremacists though, right?
Not all of them are white supremacists, but some of them, yeah.
But they have to, on some level, be okay with white supremacy to even be fans of this content, right? Because that's what it is. Because you've acknowledged that's what it is.
I think they either have to be okay with it, or they either have to be okay with it or oblivious to it.
So what's the difference between those two categories and someone who is into it and doing it because they're a true believer?
Because I think
Hashtag not
I
all
think
viewers.
An oblivious person, and even somebody I guess who it doesn't really matter if they're oblivious or not. But like
It's wild that she just straight up says that. That's why I didn't even like. She just straight up says it doesn't matter if they're oblivious or not, because it doesn't matter if they're oblivious or not. They're still white supremacists.
when again I'm humanized before those people.
She's not. She can't demonstrate that she is.
They have to start rethinking in their head.
No, they don't.
Like,
No, they don't. Tom Metzger's best friend is his Latino neighbor, but he is definitely a genocidal neo-Nazi.
what they believe. Again, another thing I would say is that, like, when it comes to Richard Spencer and people like that, I don't think I'm the one platforming them. They have larger audiences than I do.
And we have this dumb argument that if the other person's audience is larger than yours, that means you aren't exposing them to a completely new audience.
So, like,
But you're
by
exposing
far,
them to your audience.
My audience, though, is well aware, like, and I clarify for my audience after the interview, like, you know, this guy is still a racial supremacist.
Hey guys, we're gonna watch some Nazi propaganda, but don't enjoy it. Hey guys, I hope you didn't enjoy that Nazi propaganda that we just watched. You better not have liked it. We're gonna watch some more tomorrow night. So, like, why? This is why I don't understand, like, why? Because you've said that, like, maybe like one or two people you've poached from their chat, but I don't understand how that fence only works one way. How you wouldn't be conceived, like it's inconceivable that Richard Spencer would poach one or two people from your audience, especially considering what we see in the comment section for that interview you did with him. That's number one. But also, I still don't get what this is in the service of beyond getting them to like you, because it's like the meme where it's like step 1, get the neo-Nazis to be my friend. Step 2, question marks. Step 3,
It's
profit.
not about them making my friend, being my friends or whatever. It's not about them being my friends. Again, I am not okay with just letting people think of me as subhuman or as of a one-dimensional character.
And she's apparently not old or mature enough to understand that you have absolutely zero control whatsoever over how other people perceive you.
And exposing myself to those audiences, despite whatever hatred I'm going to get as a response to that, if that at least helps me fight a little bit of being viewed as subhuman,
It doesn't, though.
then I'm willing to do it. But it does.
It doesn't
because
feel
I've
good.
seen
I can
it.
tell it doesn't feel good for you. It sucks for you. I know it sucks.
No,
because
you know what? It
as
sucks more. What sucks more is when I have people who I feel like should understand where I'm coming from.
I
who
don't.
Should understand what it's.
She got defensive there because I was getting in. I got her fifis, and not even like in a like, haha, I got you in your feelings type of way, but like in a legitimate like. I was legitimately, I was being dead ass, like, fam, like, why do you do this shit? I can tell you don't like it, and it's not effective. You're trying to convince me that it's effective. I don't know if she's trying to convince me or convince herself that it's effective. And that's why she keeps doing it, because she can't demonstrate that it's effective. But then we all know that it's actually not the reason why she's even doing it. She's just doing it because it blows out her engagements. And then it makes sense, because this isn't a conversation. She's trying to farm me for content and be rude to me and dunk on me, and she can't because she's left herself in an indefensible position.
Like to be dehumanized over and over again and still see the value
I don't.
in like reaching out across the aisle. Yeah. So
because I see more
Reaching-
more value.
Reaching out across the aisle, talking about interviewing neo-Nazis.
And protecting the people who are the targets of those people, because we talk all this stuff about humanizing them and reaching out to them and so on and so forth, but like there's a whole trans community on Twitch, there's a whole like ace community on Twitch, there's a whole black
right.
community on
And
Twitch.
these are communities that never gave a fuck about me. These are communities that never gave a fuck about
And
me.
you don't
whether
think
I was
that-
doing this or not. Whether I was doing this or not.
You don't
They
think that
never
has
gave a
anything?
fuck.
You don't think that has anything to do with the fact that if I look at your YouTube channel right now, like every third thumbnail is you talking to or with a white supremacist? You don't think it has anything to do with that?
It was before that, though. It really was before that. I don't give a fuck. I've never needed anybody to be on my side with this kind of
So
stuff.
hang on.
And
So
I
it's
expect the criticism, but
it
like,
doesn't
but
worry you that the white supremacists want to talk to you more than the people that you actually share a community with? That doesn't
I
worry you?
wouldn't say the white supremacists really want to talk to me either.
That's not what I saw. Seemed like they were pretty stoked to talk to you.
They're not really stoked to talk to me.
Why do they keep doing it then?
I kind of force my way with
Yeah?
a lot of people. Yeah.
You tell white supremacists what to do?
I mean, yeah, sometimes I do. Sometimes I make fun of them for their receding hairlines, yeah.
What does that do to combat white supremacy?
I mean, that's just part of, I guess.
Just makes you feel good?
No, I mean it's back and forth, you know. Like they get used to you after a while, and then maybe they'll talk to you. But
Dummy
I
fash
think
dust.
that's besides the point. Like,
So why wouldn't you put that much effort into people that you actually share a community with? It's just not.
I do. They're just not you.
It doesn't look like it to me, because if I look at your YouTube channel, it's PP Brit, Richard Spencer, Flamenco.
It's not true.
It's
well,
not?
Flamenco is a
It's
moderate
true.
conservative now. Flamenco.
First of all, it is true. Second of all, just wow.
May have been different in the past, but he is a
See,
moderate
it's
conservative
weird
now.
because you keep saying this phrase moderate conservative to me like we're not specifically talking about white supremacy.
Okay. I'm kind of trying to understand where you're going with this. You're saying that I don't have people who want to talk to me when I book panels every week with people far more leftist than I do with righties.
That is not true.
It's not what your YouTube
And-
says.
Well, then you're not paying attention enough, are you?
I mean, probably not if we're being honest, but like,
Yeah, I feel like if you actually did follow me, like you would know that I have people on every night actually who are leftists. They may not be big members in the community, but
so is
they're
that
leftists.
intersectionality to you? Is when it's okay that you talk to and platform white supremacists because you let the marginalized communities that don't like you talk sometimes?
You understand that, like, I'm sorry. You understand that, I don't understand your
Hold on,
question,
I just saw the
honestly.
chat too. She's talking about Taj Law. That dude's not a leftist. He is a liberal. He is 1000% a liberal. She talks to other liberals. All the Antifa people in her fucking mod community are liberals as well. Because that's how politically illiterate she is. She thinks that this is just stuff you call yourself and not actions that you actually follow. Like, for example, you can't call yourself an anarchist and be pro-gun control, right? The word anarchist actually has a meaning. It's not something you just call yourself because you suddenly feel like that's what you are because you don't fit into any other category, right? Like, if you genuinely believe that we need to hold space for neo-Nazis in the commons, you are a liberal. You are not a leftist. You are a liberal.
I actually don't understand your question. I think that you are, again, kind of veering into the bad faith territory. Maybe you can rephrase the question.
Okay. If you actually platform,
Agreed, Matku. My like formula was 3x. If you were involved in Nazi shit, you needed to do 3 times as much anti-Nazi shit before I even remotely begin to trust you again. If you were in a neo-Nazi gang for a year, you need to be doing jail solidarity and shit for 3 years. If you contributed $5,000 to the GOP, you need to contribute $15,000 to Food Not Bombs. Right?
people whose voices need to be uplifted and empowered, like you do that, yes? Why do you need to do that with white supremacists?
Again, I don't view it as me platforming them. They often have much larger audiences than I do.
But it's still you handing them a microphone, so you can't absolve yourself of responsibility for that.
It's them handing me a microphone.
It's literally you deciding to say, yes, I will talk to you. Not only will I talk to you, I will broadcast it to my audience.
Sure.
What is that if not handing them a microphone?
I still think that because their audience is much larger than mine, they are handing me the microphone.
And that's
If
like,
anything,
that's the force
they
field
should
that
be-
blocks the sound waves
Well,
that
I
come
mean,
from their voice to your
oftentimes-
audience?
Oftentimes, those people are not willing to give you a platform. So they're not willing to give just anybody a platform.
Can I ask
the
you
fact that I'm able to even access that is,
Can
I think, is saying something.
This is I'm gonna try to ask this question really simply because I don't think it's been answered, and I'm kind of being snarky. I'm sorry. I'm really trying super hard to chill. I promise you, I am. But okay, what does the size of the person like you're talking to's audience have to do with you exposing them to your audience? I don't get it.
My audience is not so dumb that they're going to become Nazis overnight. My audience is often present when I'm getting ready to talk to these people. It's not like I don't have that little faith in my audience. My audience is one, a lot of them are adults.
But you have that little faith in the white supremacist audience.
Also, her audience is definitely some of these people. Like, the comments that the comments that were in her chat while this was happening, like literally while this conversation was happening, are funny as shit in context with what she's saying right now. You know, they're trying to pretend like Unga Bunga wasn't racist and like isn't racist, right? It's because you think that just by seeing
I actually clarified to you prior in this conversation. I said I'm not expecting them to change their views or stop being the way that they're being.
So then, like, what's the point? There's literally no point then. You're literally just trying to make them like you.
So this is like
what I am expecting. Wait a minute.
Okay.
What I am expecting is that they, at the very least, have to humanize me.
They don't. What the fuck? Are you pointing a gun at their head and being like, hey, you better respect me? Like, are you a child? When have you ever made anyone respect you, whether they were a neo-Nazi or not? That's not how any of this shit in the real world works. Like, they have to humanize me because the power of the internet means that they'll just inevitably respect me.
That is what they need.
right.
And
It's
they
not-
have no choice.
It's not humanizing, it's tokenizing. That is exactly what it is, Sherman Begins. And I appreciate your comment because that is 100% correct.
In that when I'm exposed to them.
And that's cool. And I'm glad that's empowering to you. But it leads me back to my original question. What the fuck is the point? Because it's not making them
Point,
not white
I think you don't
supremacists. It's
I
making
don't think
them.
you're-
It's cool for you
I
if
think-
they like you
no,
and they
no,
want to talk to you.
I don't think you're understanding. You're not understanding. That is the first step. When people have to humanize somebody that they typically wouldn't have to, then they have to start.
And she still hasn't demonstrated any of these people that have humanized her, right? And if her counter to that is that they're still white supremacists, they just respect her, then it's like, it's giving, it's giving token.
Second guessing things. It's the first step.
It's not. It is not.
But it's not guaranteed. And you said you don't
It's not
care.
always
you don't
guaranteed.
you don't
It's-
expect that.
I don't what I expect is at the very least. What I expect and what I see every single time is that people have to humanize me.
So show it to me.
You alone.
Yes.
So show
Do
it
you know
to
who
us.
Tom Metzger is? Does that name sound familiar to you?
No.
Okay,
Of
so
course
Tom
not.
Metzger was a prominent white supremacist who used to do talks and do a bunch of stuff. Just out of curiosity, does the name Jason Tankersley ring a bell to you either? Okay, because he's the head of the skinhead group in the state that you live in. But that's beside the point. Tom Metzger had two concepts, or two prominent things that made him special, that were like exposés that were done about him over the last couple of decades or so. Because this is the other thing, is that not only is white supremacy like not new, but like the government does it. So like it's not really the kind of thing that you can challenge by like being Twitch buddies with some of them. But so Tom Metzger talked about how one of the things you have to do in order to be exposed to niche communities, small communities of people who feel maybe alienated or isolated, so that you can recruit them. And what you do when you do that is you pretend to be liberal. He specifically says himself, right?
I don't have any delusions that these people are liberal.
See, and this is how you can tell she doesn't know the difference between liberal and leftist. She thinks that leftist is just something that crazy tankies call themselves to distinguish themselves from liberals, right? Probably some horseshoe theory type shit that lefties can be just as bad as Nazis, especially on talking about freedom of speech, right? I'm sure that's some dumb shit Wick would probably say. But she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's literally just doing this because it gets her more engagement to karaoke. The reason why I said they pretend to be liberal is because if she is going to call herself a liberal, and if her audience is going to be liberal, she's not going to know the difference between neo-Nazis pretending to be liberal and actual liberals in her audience. Because she doesn't even know who the neo-Nazis are. She doesn't even know who they are. She couldn't, in this very conversation, she couldn't even tell me what makeup of neo-Nazis Richard fucking Spencer's audience was. And you have a fucking massive audience compared to me, right? She streams for like 500 people sometimes, right? And she's like 1,000% positive. Not a single one of those people is a white supremacist. It's silly. It's silly, right? I could tell you for a fact that there's no white supremacists in here. It's obvious that there's no fucking white supremacists in here. Yeah, Wither King, this is what I'm talking about. This is the problem. Where it's like you're getting controversy clicks and you're bigging up, but you're literally doing free PR for neo-Nazis. Because by your own admission, that's supposed to be the first conversation in several, so you don't want to challenge him in the first and scare him off for whatever goofy, dumb shit you think that you're doing. When really, you're just letting him talk without contest, which is what he wants, and is what you're going to continue to give him until you don't anymore, and then he'll have no use for you and he'll stop talking to you. Because that's how this works. They talk to anyone who will hand them a microphone. And when they do, they only do branding. That is it. If you think you're going to interview your way into the inner sanctum of this ancient fucking society of genocidal white people that's existed in this country for 500 fucking years, I best of luck.
And I specified that to my audience as well. That we don't have any delusions that any of these people are liberal, have any kind of views that are anywhere close to me. But you have to understand, again, by comparison, in comparison to what I...
Her views are so milquetoast and centrist by design that someone could pretend to be them and still be a white supremacist. Right? If one of the things you spend time doing is hating communists, who else does that, Stardust? I know one very specific group that communists are the people they actually kind of hate the most. And for a very specific reason. But
I started off debating. These people are far more like, closer than the old Muslim men who are advocating for female genital mutilation. You have to understand that I understand that these are not liberals. I don't think for a second that they're liberals.
But I don't think
for a second that I agree with anything that they say. No, I quite literally, I disagree with like 99% of what they say.
So when they say stuff you agree with, question marks?
But when I am reaching, because I actually do. If you see my debates with him, yes, I do. Richard Spencer.
You debated Richard Spencer? Okay.
It was not a debate. It was an interview.
Right. So then, all right. So here's the thing, because the original, I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
I feel like you're not getting this.
Because it doesn't make sense. That's why I'm not getting it.
I already explained to you. I understand.
It makes, I mean, okay, so like it's logically consistent to you because it's you and you're doing your thing. Cool. These Nazis
How
are
many of my videos have you actually watched?
none. So it's cool. You
Okay, so then this conversation is useless because you don't even know what I do.
But the people in your comment section know what you do. The
people
other
in my
people who
comment
watch you and talk
sections-
to me know what you do.
Right. The people in my comment sections aren't necessarily people who were initially my audience. My audience, if you know my
The comment section are people who are literally responding to your content. It doesn't matter if they're in your audience or not. Why you think this diverts from the point is like, I'm baffled.
audience, if you talk to my audience, you would see that there are plenty of people who
Oh, I've seen plenty of comments from the audience that Stardust has.
come from all around, all of the political aisles. All of my moderators are pretty far left.
No, they're not.
You think so?
Yes, they are, yeah.
How do they feel about you talking to white supremacists?
They understand why I'm doing it.
I kind of feel like they're not leftists then.
No, they are. They're farther left than I am.
Okay.
Most of my moderators are
They're
significantly
liberals.
farther left than I am.
Okay, would you describe them as anti-fascists?
A couple of them, yeah.
No, they're
Okay,
not.
so what's anti-fascist about interviewing neo-Nazis?
So again, if you looked at the preparation, but I mean, it's not like you could see it anyways, but there's the amount of preparation that went into interviewing him. It
Did it
is down
matter?
nowhere.
Because his
God,
fans don't care. They said they don't care.
It doesn't. To you, it doesn't matter. To you, it doesn't matter.
To the people
point
that
is
you said you're trying to reach, it doesn't matter, and they said as much.
No, I've had people who come over from, like, literally all over the political
You know a
aisle.
guy who knows a guy, but I'm looking at your comment section right now.
Mm-hmm. And again,
They
my
said you
comment
made him look
section is
cool.
Not, my comment section is not exclusively people who are in my audience.
Right, yeah. His fans are saying you made him look cool. Good job. What's that for? To make you like feel better because like
If one
you're
comment
growing your
on my-
audience?
If one comment on my YouTube,
You think it's just one?
So again, if a comment on my YouTube is talking about making him look cool, how many people do you think were in his chat saying that I looked cool?
This is yet again something that you could screenshot and quantify. Right? Something you could very easily demonstrate. But when I ask her to do this, right? And it's not even as if it would be kowtowing to a request specifically for me or like submitting just to me. If it was an ego thing, you would literally be silencing anyone who's ever made this argument against you, right? Because people would be like, you're not actually reaching anyone. You could be, oh, actually I am. Here's the receipts, right? But she can't do this.
How many people have you seen in conservative chats who said, "Hey, this Stardust person seems pretty reasonable"?
It's weird that you're like
that's a recurring thing that.
The reason why she seems pretty reasonable is because she's willing to talk to Richard Spencer. That's literally why they consider her reasonable. Are you a reasonable person if a neo-Nazi considers you reasonable because you're amenable to neo-Nazis? Is that a good definition of reasonable to you? When the neo-Nazi thinks that you're being reasonable because you won't tell him to shut the fuck up when he says that black people have smaller brains? Are you being reasonable when the neo-Nazi can see Kyle and you don't say anything to him about it because you're just like, meh, he's doing his thing? Are you reasonable when you don't challenge the dude talking about how the Jews run Hollywood and want to replace all the white people in the country? Is that a good kind of reasonable to be?
Happens.
Is it? Like, because you're asking me this, like I would know when I just told you I don't. Yeah, it's civility politics. Civility over justice, absolutely. Pay attention to your content, and you can't show. You can't.
Pay attention.
But you
Clearly
can't
you
show
don't pay
me.
attention.
You don't have any
Well,
receipts,
if
because
you
I know
look-
I'm not the first
again,
person to
if you
ask you
look-
this. I know for a
if you
fact
looked-
I'm not the
if
first
you-
person to ask
Wait
you
a
this.
minute. If you're gonna let me speak.
Okay, go for it.
If you looked at any of my Killstream appearances, you would have seen in the audience, when they're not being fucking weirdos, there are people in the audiences who say that I'm pretty reasonable. When I go on people's shows,
They think you're reasonable because you're one of the only people fucking stupid enough to go on the kill stream.
who are significantly more conservative than I am, I have audience members there who will say like, "Oh, you should have her on again. I disagree with her, but she seems reasonable."
Right. Do you understand how fucking silly you have to be to go into their space, have their conversation, and then walk away and have them call you reasonable? Especially when you've admitted you don't expect them to change, and they probably don't. Do you understand how fucking silly a person you have to be to say in the same conversation that you're not changing their minds, that when you're talking to them, they're just as white supremacist as when you started talking before they met you, and then brag about the fact that when you walk away, they call you reasonable? You understand how fucking daffy you have to be? That white supremacist thinks I'm pretty reasonable.
These are things that I'm working towards.
So, like, but again, nothing you said screams to me, hey, I'm going to quit this whole white supremacy shtick. It's literally just, I like you, Stardust.
Well, it's never,
I mean, it sounds like it's all about you, because...
It never starts off that way.
Huh?
People who are usually into that kind of stuff have been into that kind of stuff for years. They don't just shed it overnight.
I know this. We're talking about, we're talking about white supremacists, right?
We're talking about white supremacists, yes. And they
Okay.
often don't shed it overnight.
Do you know what white supremacy is? Because it's not just individual people being white supremacists. It's an actual
Why
systemic...
are you changing the subject? We're talking about people
It's the same
who I'm trying to
subject.
bring over, right? No, it's not the same subject. I'm talking about people that I'm trying to make them see me as a human.
Okay.
I'm not trying to get them to change their entire world belief in one night. All I'm trying to do is get them to plant the seeds of doubt in their head.
This is what I'm...
That's
Stardust.
it. Then that's it.
Stardust, this is what I'm saying. There's individual white supremacists, plural, and then there is white supremacy, as in systemic racism, as in...
Yes, I understand systemic racism, but I don't...
Right.
I don't...
And you're telling me that you can't even convert regular, degular, schmegular white supremacists.
These are white supremacists that have been spending years in their beliefs. If you think that you can convert them overnight, good for you. But my goal right now is to humanize myself before them, so they can't look a female minority and dehumanize me
Stardust.
as much.
We've been over that part. I get that. The goal is to
You
make
don't
them
get
like...
it.
No,
You
I
don't-
get
you
it.
don't
The
get it.
the goal is
You
to
don't
make...
get it. It's not about even making them like me, because sometimes and a lot of
That's-
the time they don't like me. But if they have to view me as another human who's deserving of respect, then that
They do not. And she can't demonstrate that they do.
is some progress that I've made with them.
Okay, so what does that do to end white supremacy?
Again, it plants the seeds of doubt.
Seeds
And
of
that
doubt.
eventually makes cops stop killing black people.
I
That
mean,
eventually makes people
that is
stop
a-
doing mass shootings of black
If we're
people.
going to talk about systemic racism, we can talk about systemic racism. But that is a completely different.
They're
That's a
the
completely
same
different,
conversation,
It's a
Stardust.
different sphere. It's a different sphere, though, that they're operating in.
Okay, it's a different level, but this is why I asked you this. Because you said your mods are anti-fascist.
I have a
Anti-fascist...
couple who are. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Anti-fascism means exactly what the fuck is on the label. Anti-fascism. So when I ask you, what is anti-fascist about this? And the only thing you can say is, eventually, maybe they'll kind of start liking brown people because they don't call me a sand N-word in chat.
What is that? I don't understand. I don't get it.
I think
Walk me through it. So you're in the chat with the neo-Nazis, and they've stopped calling you slurs. And boom, what happens after that?
So I'm seeing people said they're scrolling. I don't see these comments. They say that Richard looked. I see a lot of washed up, cringe, pathetic. Yeah, I've seen that too. A lot of people looked at Richard Spencer and said he was washed up, cringe, and pathetic.
Okay. And this is, again, we're talking about like comments.
Yeah, and I have
so I'm
people
gonna
on
ask,
my mod team. I have people on my mod team who have taken steps to lobby their government.
if he's
to
washed
ban
up,
white
why'd you need to
suprem-
talk to him?
Excuse me. I'm still finishing. So I have people in my mod team who are
She was cherry picking the comments that were negative about Richard Spencer and ignoring the ones that were positive about Richard Spencer. So, like, if the argument is that you did free PR for Richard Spencer and it could be demonstrated that you did, then I don't get how some negative comments of people who already knew who he was and didn't like him is like his people from his audience thanked you for the work you did to his image. You did free PR for him. Do you think they said that just because they knew it would start an argument between you and me? Or you think they said that because that's genuinely how the fuck they felt? But hearing that hurts too much. So you got to be like, let me ignore those comments so I can look at the ones that say he's washed up, which is definitely not the same as white supremacy is unacceptable. They're not even renouncing white supremacy. They're just saying that this isn't their particularly favorite white supremacist. That he needs to retire and a new white supremacist needs to get in there.
very specifically anti-fascist. They have taken steps to lobby their governments to ban white supremacists from being allowed to visit their countries. So it's not like I have a mod team that is not super far left. They are significantly more far left than me. They have done actions to prevent.
When you're a centrist, it's not hard to be farther left than you. But also, they are not leftists. They are liberals. The anti-fascist work they did was literally lobbying their government.
Prevent white supremacists from being allowed to visit their countries.
So I'm asking you...
And actually one of them lobbied specifically against Richard Spencer. But they still will back me up. When I go over into those spaces and talk to them, they will still back me up because they know what I'm doing.
Of course they will, because they think writing emails is anti-fascism.
It's not writing emails. It's not writing emails.
I'm sorry. In what fashion do we contact our congressmen to ask them to politely please tell the police to make sure that the Nazis stay out of the town square?
It's not about the town square. It's keeping them out of their entire country, right? And so if they were successful in doing that...
Yeah, can we get the Nazis who just do regular stuff to prevent the Nazis that make them look bad from coming into the country because they don't make any money off of that anyway? Yeah, sure, anti-fascism.
Lobbying for that.
Anti-fascism is when you write a letter to your congressman and he prevents Milo Yiannopoulos from speaking at your local college.
And they still understand why I'm doing what I'm
Hold
doing.
on, wait a minute.
It seems like the one who's not getting it is you.
I'm confused because we're talking about keeping them from going back to... I'm talking about America. So, like, when you say they're anti-fascist because they wrote congressmen...
One of my mods met with the prime minister of his country to make sure that that didn't happen.
America doesn't have a prime minister. What are you talking about?
I know, but it doesn't matter. He met with the prime minister of his country to make sure that people like Richard Spencer and Milo Yiannopoulos couldn't visit the country. If he can do that much,
I still don't get what she's talking about here.
I think the one that's not getting it is you.
I still have no idea what she said there. No,
Okay, so explain it to me again. Walk me through it. You're in the Nazis chat and they've stopped calling you slurs. What happens after that?
No, they'll still continue to call me slurs.
They would. Oh my god.
So there's no point.
It doesn't. That again, they have to view me as a human.
While they're calling me
That's
slurs.
You
the
as a
first
human.
step.
Right. So what makes them
A
divest
little
from
bit.
white
I mean,
supremacy?
a lot of them view me more of a human than you do. So yeah.
I view you. See, here's the weird thing: is that like, and I'm gonna talk to you like real to real, like dark skin to dark skin. Is that fence walking doesn't last forever, right? And this is part of the reason
I'm not
why
a fence walker.
you're not.
I'm not.
Mm.
They know that I'm a liberal.
But don't Nazis pretend to be liberals?
Not the ones that I talk to. The ones that I talk to are very specifically anti-liberal.
Yeah, but you know, none of them would ever just pretend to be liberal.
They
But
hate everything about liberal society.
they'll pretend to be liberals in furtherance of
They
white
won't.
supremacy.
Not the ones that I talk to.
Stardust,
But
I'm hearing.
they're in their spaces. When they're in their spaces, they are not pretending to be liberals. They are quite literally anti-liberal society. They are anti-everything progressive. They're anti-woman voting.
Stardust, I get that these people that you interact with that are performing characters on the internet perform in this manner.
You think Richard Spencer's performing a character?
No, I think he is an active like danger because he, first of all, this conversation is frustrating because it already happened. Because people stopped talking to him after Heather Heyer got clapped, right? But here you are dropping the interview the same day that the top shooting happened. And the only justification that I've heard since then that in this entire conversation, because the only thing beyond just I want them to see me as a human is something you can't even guarantee to yourself. So when I ask you what's the point, it's not.
It's not about Spencer seeing me as a human, though. It's about, again, his audience. And
But
I
you've
can
already said
guarantee at least one person is walking away, and at least one person is walking away from each one of those, thinking about me more as a human than they would have
And that's worth doing free PR for Richard Spencer.
thought initially.
And this is where I ask yet again, how does this challenge white supremacy? Because you can do that without interacting with Richard Spencer. You know that, right?
And you don't have to do it in
But
public
I'm
either.
not as effective as I am when I interact with him.
I mean, there's a lot of people in your comment section that said you aren't very effective at all. If your goal is anti-fascism.
There are plenty of people in my comment section who do think I am, though. There are plenty of people in my comment section who think he's washed up and cringe.
So that means it's okay that you did free PR for a neo-Nazi because some of the
Not
other
PR
people.
for him.
It is.
It's not PR for him when
They told you that.
when I specifically tell my audiences that are watching that his views haven't changed.
But they're not
He's
the
still
only people who are
exactly the
going to
same
see
person.
that. Your
Right?
audience
But,
isn't.
right? But again, those audiences, whether they think that he's cringe or not, those audiences are still walking away thinking of me as more of a human.
Right,
Because
it's all
you
about
let it-
you.
They're thinking of her as more of a human because she didn't challenge any of the Nazi shit that he was saying. You understand how fucking daffy this shit is?
But that doesn't.
Well, it's about.
It doesn't work
more
for
than
me,
just me.
Stardust. No, it's not.
More than just me. Yeah, it is. It's more than just me.
What's it about then?
It's about anybody who could look like me or who could be like me, right? It's not just about me.
Oh
It's
yeah, I
about,
didn't
like,
complete my
anybody-
thought. I'm glad you brought this up because that was my second thought about Tom Metzger that I didn't complete because we kind of got away. But did you know that Tom Metzger has a Latino neighbor that he considers his best friend?
I'm not surprised by it. There are plenty
Oh.
of neo-Nazis who are Hispanic, yeah. So
But you know that there are plenty of neo-Nazis who have are you familiar with the phrase model minority?
I am aware that there are plenty of neo-Nazis who have wives who are of color, who have friends.
So
who are
she
of
knows
color,
this.
It still doesn't change the fact that I'm still forcing people to view me as a human.
Are you though? That's why that shit makes no fucking sense. You're telling me that you are going to make this person view you as a human more so than the person that they're literally putting their dick inside of? Okay, Stardust.
I am.
You trust them.
I don't trust them. I trust myself and my team.
And you could just tell through the vibe check through the internet that they're like not neo-Nazis anymore because they saw you interview Richard Spencer.
I'm not saying that they're not neo-Nazis or that they're not white supremacists in some sort of way. I am saying that they have to view me as a human being, and
They don't.
After a while,
That's good
they
for
will
you.
Come around.
Will they?
Will come around.
Will
Yes,
they?
I've seen it happen.
Where?
Okay, but you haven't showed it to anyone.
What do you mean?
Like, I know for a fact I'm not the first person to have this conversation with you, right? So when people ask me things like, what do you do? What anti-fascist stuff have you done? I can say I worked security in a bar, and when we would have Nazi metalheads or Nazi punks that would show up, because they occasionally show up, we would ask them to leave the club, right?
Okay. big deal there. You could kick some people out of a club. Really good one.
Yeah, so that means that
They're
all
still
the rest...
functioning members in society, right?
No, that means that all the rest of the people in the club have to have a good time.
Views. They still hold the same views. They still look at people the exact same way. They walk away from that bar still thinking the exact same things, and they don't think of you any differently than they initially did.
Stardust. The point is that it's not about me. It's about my community. I don't give a fuck if they believe that outside. I care about protecting the people inside the club.
There's no bridge that's been built. There's no stepping stone that is returning
Stardust.
people back to normal society.
Stardust. Just like if they want to deal with racism, they have to address white supremacy. If there needs to be a bridge built, the white supremacists have to stop being white supremacists first.
Yeah,
and
They will stop if they feel like there is a bridge and there is a place for them to go back to a normal society.
No.
Why she thinks that this is true and not that they can just continue to be white supremacists because they have people of color who are friends with them and don't challenge them is utterly beyond me. I grew up in the county. I know how it works.
They will.
You've seen this.
Yeah, people are often isolated before they hold these views.
Okay, I get...
No, she doesn't believe that, Morpheus. It's just that she can't say, I posted an interview with a neo-Nazi the same day as a white supremacist mass shooting because I needed to blow my engagements out and try to make sure I stay partner and make a decent amount of money off my partnership this month.
The rhetoric, but like... Example.
Yeah, she said she still gets called slurs but makes fun of me for literally removing physical Nazis from physical spaces. This is what I was talking about earlier. People like Sansaw, people like Stardust, right? People like Wick, they're calling me a LARPer because I physically removed a physical Nazi from a physical space in my actual literal community that I exist and work and party in, right? When they are pretending they're de-radicalizing people because they let them talk on panels with them. They're pretending, when I do anti-fascism, it's keeping the people I care about safe from Nazis and making them leave. When they do anti-fascism, it's making sure the Nazis are as comfortable as possible so they maybe eventually stop doing white supremacy. I'm the LARPer though, not them. The people who are literally basing their anti-fascism on hope, they're not LARPing. But the person who actually has physical evidence of the work that he's done in his community is LARP. Right? Wild.
Because you said you can't even do this, but I'm supposed to believe that
It just
I can
happens.
guarantee that they view me a little bit more human, and as a result,
Right,
I have
I know.
to start thinking
I know
of that.
because if you're a leftist, you're an anti-fascist, and if you're not an anti-fascist, you're not a leftist. That's just I don't know. It feels like I'm like teaching you guys like high school fucking, not even politics 101, just straight up like 11th grade social studies. Real shit. Like, you can't be a leftist without being anti-fascist. You can't be anti-fascist without being a leftist. You can't be anti-capitalist without being anti-racist. You can't be anti-racist without being anti-capitalist. Right? It's just silly. If you as human, and that's cool. I'm glad. If you're going to call yourself a sock dem or something like that, then you need to be doing anti-fascism. You said you can't even do this, but I'm supposed to believe that if you just say you don't care about anti-fascism. Just say that. You don't care. But if you do care, then you should care about doing it effectively. And when you can't demonstrate that you're doing it effectively, that should make you stop doing whatever the fuck it is that you're doing to do something that is effective, even if it's not the thing that you think you're best at or that you particularly want to do, right? If you want to do something, because you could literally do nothing at all, and it would be better than platforming Richard Spencer. Streamers are really out here thinking they're Batman and act like I'm Jason Todd. Yeah. Like, it just happens.
I can guarantee that they view me a little bit more human, and as a result,
Right,
have
I
to
know.
start-
Like, you literally fucking talk to Nazis on the internet. That's what you do. You can't even keep the Nazis out of your fake e-community. And you're calling me a LARPer because I actually enforce anti-fascism in my community? Okay.
thinking
I know,
of
they
that.
view you as human, and that's cool. I'm glad that the Nazis like you. Excellent.
They don't like me. They just they it's not that they like me.
They just
Because a lot of
tolerate
them
you because you
don't.
want to hang out with them.
No. It's not
The people
like,
are making you interview them?
If you think that it's easy for me to get in there and like talk to them, it's not. It's like pulling teeth.
I mean, like, what's the point, though?
I mean, I've already explained my point to you several times. If you
Right.
don't understand
So,
what
no.
humanizing yourself, what humanizing myself does, and how people have slowly come over, and I have seen people slowly come over, then I don't know what to tell you.
Have you ever heard the phrase, dog is a man's best friend?
Yeah.
Does that sound pretty accurate? Sound like, makes sense? People really, really like dogs.
I don't know. I've never had a pet dog, so.
But would you say that it's accurate that people like dogs, like people can get really,
Sure,
really
people
into
like
dogs?
People like dogs, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that humans see themselves as a superior animal to dogs?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was one of the biggest pieces of advice that I received growing up in the county with a bunch of other white kids, is that dog is a man's best friend, but it doesn't mean that man doesn't see himself as a superior animal. When I say to you, when you go into these chats and you think that you're humanizing yourself, that's cool, whether you're doing that or not, right? Let's assume that that's exactly what you're doing. How is that in furtherance in the end of white supremacy? Because like I was saying earlier when I was talking about the club, it doesn't matter because
You are not furthering what
Can I-
you're not
can I-
furthering
can I-
any
can I
white
complete-
supremacy either.
can I complete?
Okay, go ahead.
I am though, because what I'm doing is the neo-Nazi, as we've already stated, whether you bridge out to them or whatever stuff that you are on to them or not, they have to make the choice to not be a neo-Nazi anymore, yes or no?
They need to have the ability to not be one.
But they have to
Make
have
a
that choice, yes or no? If
They can't make the choice if the choice is not available there for them to re-enter normal society.
okay, Nazis can go anywhere. They have to decide not to be Nazis, yes or no?
Yeah, sure. They have to decide to not be Nazis.
Okay.
But would you acknowledge? Do they have to have the ability to re-enter normal society first?
Not first. Absolutely not.
Yes,
Are you kidding
they
me?
do. the ability to re-enter the ability to re-enter normal society
Are you thinking that?
is
See, this is
vital.
okay. See, this is why.
Vital for them to be able to even make that choice.
As stated previously, you could live an entirely, completely fucking normal life as an outspoken, avowed white supremacist. This is why I think you don't understand the nature of the conversation, is because explain to me how white supremacist culture is different from normal culture.
You don't think that there's a difference between the culture that a bunch of groypers hang out in versus them hanging out with a normal, like a
Groypers live an isolated, shitty culture because they fucking suck. Groypers are not representative of all white supremacists.
normal culture, normal people who don't interact with terminally online right-wing spaces.
You don't have to interact with those spaces to enable them. Just like you don't have to be a right-wing person to expose your audience to those ideas by
But
platforming them.
terminally online right-wing spaces are isolated. They don't
White
have a way-
supremacists are not. White supremacists are elected officials and police officers.
Sure, they can be. But again,
They
what
are.
I'm dealing
It's not that
with-
they can
what
be.
I am-
That's what we're fighting
I'm
against.
dealing with, who I am talking to, when I talk to these people, is I'm talking to terminally online white supremacists, essentially.
Okay, and that's cool for you that they like you. This is what I'm talking about.
Again, they have to re-enter normal society. You're wearing a Sepultura shirt.
I am wearing a Sepultura shirt. It's
okay.
schizophrenia as well, if you want to peep it. I'm dripped out, low key. Not to just you know what I mean. I got the Quake shorts on, you know. I had to flex Shout a out to little my bit. fellow
They
90s
used to-
babies.
They used to wear Nazi symbols.
Who, Sepultura?
Yeah.
Do you know that Max Cavalera used to knock people out? Don't do this. I know him personally.
No, I know. Look, if do you think they're redeemable then, right?
I'm literally an abolitionist. I don't believe in irredeemable people, Stardust. I'm saying that if you want to re-enter normal society, you have to demonstrate that you are not a danger to the marginalized communities
There
that you
has-
target.
Right, but there has to be a bridge for them to also re-enter normal society.
That doesn't
Make
include
that
demonstrating
choice.
that you're not dangerous?
If they still have to demonstrate that they're not dangerous. But
Okay.
if they don't have the bridge to go anywhere, they're not going to even them demonstrating that they're not dangerous isn't going to do anything for them.
They get that after they demonstrate that they're not dangerous. And you can't...
They
you-
don't get that.
No, they
You
do.
have to make them not feel. I think we're talking about two different bridges here.
Okay.
I'm not giving a bridge that is redemption, unconditional redemption.
I think you kind of are.
That's not the bridge that I'm offering. The bridge.
That's literally what she's offering. She didn't challenge Richard Spencer at all. So why she thinks her being seen not challenging Richard Spencer is going to do something to Richard Spencer's audience is like, what the fuck is she talking about?
What I'm offering is I am a contact to normal society.
Did Richard Spencer say there is truth to that? Yes. Because like I said, I'm an abolitionist, so I don't think people should be just like eternally ostracized and cut off from society forever. But she's literally just doing free PR for Richard Spencer. She just interviewed Richard Spencer, didn't challenge him on any of the shit that he said, to the point where some of Richard Spencer's fans are thanking her for the free PR that she did for him. And she just thinks that just the aura that she has, just the vibe, the white supremacists are just gonna catch her vibe. Not hear any of the arguments that she makes, not hear any of the critiques of white supremacy. They're just going to catch her vibe and be like, damn, this shit might be wrong. I'm going to renounce my white privilege and decide to be directly antagonistic to police and the United States government today. She genuinely believes that dumb shit, right? And if she doesn't, she genuinely believes that it's okay for a dude to be like, you know what? I want every black person in America to fucking die, but that Stardust person seems pretty cool, so she's okay. She's genuinely seeking that as her fucking goal, right? Anything about denouncing white supremacy in his interview with you?
Of course course not.
So then why are you reaching out to
That's
him?
not even. But that's not. That's not. It's again. It's the audience, right?
For you. Because, right, it's not like, what is it that the audience is supposed to get that will make them humanize her? If she's just going to sit and listen to this guy dehumanize her. Right? Like, this dude is literally fucking dehumanizing you, and you're just like, yeah, sounds chill. Anyway, I hope your audience thinks I'm cool now.
Right. And the audience needs to know that there is a connection to normal society.
No, to you. Who is terminally online, by your own admission. She didn't have shit to say to that.
Them talking to me, if the audience talks to me, eventually comes over and starts to look around my community, that maybe that demonstrates that they're willing to engage with minorities.
It seemed like that would be the type of thing that would be fairly easy to demonstrate, especially if multiple people have this conversation with you, Stardust.
Yeah, I mean, I do have people who will come over.
So, like, right now, is there somebody in chat that's like, hey, I was a former groiper, and, like, Stardust made me change my whole life, and now, like, trans rights? Like,
They wouldn't change their whole life, right? Again, people come to those places where they are after years of being in those spaces. It takes years to get them out.
do you think they do that work, or we do?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay, so if they're not doing the work, then why would you? Also, you have to challenge the ideas. Because she literally admits in this conversation that you don't have to be white to be a white supremacist. So why on fucking earth do you think it would ever be possible for a white supremacist to never have any of their thoughts or ideas challenged and think that they'll eventually stop doing that shit just because your vibe hits them the right way?
I'm sorry? If they're not doing the work, then why would it? Because there's somebody in those groups who is doing the work, probably, or will do the work when they see.
Watching Richard Spencer talk to Stardust is doing the work?
No, that's not the work. The work happens after that.
So, like, why would you make the bridge before that then? If you just said the work happens after you make the bridge to them. The work is literally just not being
on both sides. It needs to come from both sides.
Yeah, we agreed on that. And if they're not doing their end, then question marks.
It's not an unconditional bridge. Like I said.
You're saying it is though, because you just said them doing the work comes after you've done it.
If they join the community and they act like shitheads, then they get banned forever.
So, and this is what I'm talking about. You have to wait till after they've harassed people in your community to get rid of them? You gotta wait till after they come in your shit? But people, y'all already know how I gets down with my shit. Y'all know Band Runner. Band Runner is a celeb in this bitch. But this is the silliest shit ever. This is how she would operate in the club. Let's let the Nazis hang out in here until all the people scared of them leave, because it's important for them to know that they have a place to go. Right? And if they try and say or do some Nazi shit, we'll just debate them in the moment after all the people that are scared of them that they could target have all already decided they're going to go somewhere else. Because we see that happening to her fucking community. That's literally what she's doing. She's like, I'm going to entertain and juggle these Nazis and all these people that I think are leftists at the same time because that's possible. I can directly mix two categories of people with one who literally want to genocide the other category and just expect that to not have any effect on the makeup of the demographics of my community whatsoever. And the neo-Nazis were always there, but they're definitely there now. They all look and sound like fake YouTube gurus at this point, just straight up snake oil salesmen. They're not de-radicalizing anyone. They're selling the idea of de-radicalization to make money and fooling their audience into thinking they're making a difference in the world. Yeah, they all think they're Daryl Davis, and Daryl Davis isn't even doing Daryl Davis, and we're going to talk about that at the end. Can your band name be Bonk Princess? Yes. The only people you have sympathy for in this entire scenario is a part of their audience that aren't Nazis or scumbags that genuinely believe in what these people are doing. They'll be crushed when they finally figure out that what they invested into this project was based on a lie. True. Stardust Community is honestly not some great upgrade. She covers drama and politics drenched in memes and moderates panels. It's actually a prime target. Yeah. The Stardust Community is exactly the type of community that neo-Nazis would target to recruit. But she doesn't even know that because she's not an anti-fascist, and none of the people who do anti-fascism that she claims do anti-fascism in her mod community know this either because they're not anti-fascists. So they don't even understand because this is basic security culture shit. Basic shit. Basic risk assessment. Bring your Nazi friend with you next time so I can own them in debate too. Yeah, basically. Anyone who magically decides to start checking her stuff out after Spencer interview just has people to propagandize? Yes. Daryl Davis is the Stardust of CNN. No spoilers, though. No spoilers. Stardust. Here's the thing, though. The bridge is the offer to come into your community, right?
Yeah.
Why would you do that before they've demonstrated that they aren't a fucking nuisance?
They for them to even come over to the community, they would have to, one, make that effort. They would have to go out of their way to do that. If they demonstrate
No, they wouldn't. All they would have to do is make a fucking account. You're literally letting Richard Spencer talk and not challenge him in front of your whole fucking community, and you're telling me that you have a stringent moderation process? Okay.
That they're a nuisance, then they get kicked out.
But, like, do you understand why I'm confused? Because, like, you're saying I wouldn't bank, but if you do, you're probably, I don't know. Sansol sucks. He's a fucking idiot. He's a liberal. He doesn't know anything about politics. We already know this. He's the only person that's, like, somehow even fucking stupider than Stardust. Is because Stardust at least has a lane that she stays in. Sansol genuinely believes that he's on the left. Saying that
You just want them to be isolated forever then.
no, I do not. What are you talking about? There's plenty of overlap between what you think normal culture is and white supremacist culture. White people own and run everything. What are you talking about?
Sure, yeah, I know they do.
Are you saying that they're culturally isolated because trans streamers won't talk to them? Is that really what the conversation we're having right now?
Terminally, if we're talking about what the people that I talk to,
Yes.
terminally online, they're terminally online.
That's their fault. That's literally their fucking fault.
People who are very far right.
Okay. And you said you've made this bridge to your community to terminally online far-right neo-Nazis.
Some of them, yeah.
Oh my God, what a clip. You don't think that that's like the predominant share of people who would follow Richard Spencer?
No, not all of the people who follow Richard Spencer.
What percentage? Hit me with a percentage. What percentage?
I don't know the percentage.
This was
50,
funny.
50?
This is spitball, ballpark, 50-50,
I'm not
75-25. This was honestly my favorite part of the debate, where Stardust literally said, I don't know if most of Richard Spencer's audience are neo-Nazis.
No, I'm not spitballing
Why not?
numbers like that.
Why not?
Because I don't know.
But you know it's not 100%. But it's non-zero.
I think that's, again, some of them are, for sure, and some of them are not.
So when you say some, you're doing this weird rhetorical thing because some implies a minority. That's why I asked you a percentage.
I don't think it implies a minority.
You wouldn't say some instead of most? You don't think...
I don't know what the numbers are. I don't know what the numbers are.
You really can't say you think most of Richard Spencer's audience is white supremacists? You really just can't come out and say that? That's something you really have to struggle with and think about and like ponder on? Holy shit, dude.
I'm being dead ass right now. I'm perplexed.
This is painful.
Yeah, honestly, because a lot of white supremacists don't even realize that they're white supremacists, right?
Well, that's not the point because you can still be dangerous, right?
Wild. She's dancing around this so hard.
Yeah, they can still be dangerous. Sure.
Like a lot of white supremacists, like a lot of people don't think they're racists. Me personally, I've heard lots of times there's a difference between black people and N-words. And those people will tell you to your face that there's not a racist bone in their body. So, like,
Yeah.
are we talking like actual white supremacists or just like softcore ESPN, like Cinemax, Channel 4 with the fuzz white supremacists?
I think that there's a decent amount of people who are like the ESPN type.
So like the moderate white supremacists, like the mild white supremacists. As opposed to like the spicy white supremacists.
Yeah, I think again, yeah, there is the issue. Part of the issue here is that we can't really. It's not easy to differentiate, right? So.
Word, yeah, I feel you. Like it's really hard. Like it just sucks when like you're trying to talk to a cool white supremacist, and like you can't tell the difference between them and
Okay,
an
well,
actual
if you're
racist
gonna
piece of
just
shit.
if you're just gonna, I don't know, be an asshole about it, then I don't.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be an asshole. It's just like it's funny. It's like legitimately funny to me to hear you say that you're not sure if the guy who influenced one of the most infamous fasci murders from the Trump situation, you're not sure if most of his audience is white supremacists.
Do you think that, again, the majority of his initial audience, they turned against him? Majority of Richard Spencer's audience, majority of that what you see
One's
the
more
whole
mayo
way,
and the other's
they
more
turned on him.
beige.
But you just said he didn't denounce white supremacy. So like
No, he didn't. No, he's very clearly still like a racial supremacist.
so he just got like a fresh batch of white supremacists.
I think he is a little bit more guarded when he reveals that.
He's
Nowadays-
totally still a white supremacist though.
I think so. I think he's definitely still a white supremacist. So yeah.
But you're not sure if most of his audience is.
Well, yeah, because a lot of his audience now is different. So.
But you're not a white supremacist and you can tell he's a white supremacist.
Yeah.
But his other audience can't.
They might think he's like a nationalist rather than like a white supremacist. So.
A national socialist, maybe?
But they themselves aren't.
No, I think they're probably more likely to be nationalists.
National socialists?
Nats even. So,
What type of civic nationalism are we talking about? American?
yeah.
What would those people look like, would you say? They look like me?
I mean, some of them are Hispanic. You'd be surprised. So.
What a pivot. What a pivot.
Is our Spanish people, are they like a European colony or?
No, well, I mean, again, they would. Some of them would be.
They look like you?
Mexican. Some of them would be Mexican. You'd be surprised how many of them are Mexican.
You know that like there was this whole thing where Spain, they're in Europe and they like colonized.
I am well aware.
So like when you say some of them are Mexican, after I ask, do they look like me? Do you understand why that's a weird pivot or no?
No, I understand.
She
I
couldn't.
understand what you're saying.
She couldn't.
But they're not white supremacists though.
I think it's a little bit more complicated.
It's not.
Describe it to me. If you have
She
the
couldn't.
time.
So like, there's obviously people who believe in like separation
Jason Society talked to Stardust? That's funny. Stardusty.
right, based on race.
Shawty Dusty.
White supremacists, yeah.
Oh, this is my favorite part of the conversation. I'm gonna run this back. This shit's mad funny.
So like, there's obviously people who believe in like separation, right, based on race.
White supremacists,
There's-
yeah.
I mean, not all of them are white supremacists. Some of them just believe in separation. Yeah.
But the white supremacists have power in America, so white supremacists.
If you're asking me about potential audiences that I think I'm talking to, the potential audiences I'm talking to, some of them are going to be people who think that different races should be isolated from each other.
So white supremacists.
Not all of them are white supremacists.
Okay, let's back up because I asked you something very specific. I asked you if you thought that most of Richard Spencer's audience were white supremacists, and we moved to some of them are ethnic separatists, we'll say, right? So if they believe that and Richard Spencer is white, why would they watch him if they're not themselves white?
No, some of them could be of different ethnicities, and still be ethnic
White supremacists?
nationalists. Yeah, ethnic nationalists. So.
White supremacists.
No. Because if they're ethnic nationalists, it doesn't necessarily mean that they think that white people are superior. It just means that they think that people shouldn't be together.
This is the wildest. You know, we already had that in America. This like separate but equal,
separate but
equal thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
And the other,
I know that was through the lens. That was through the lens of white supremacy, right? But
no, the word for that is white supremacy.
Right. The people who believe in ethnic nationalism don't necessarily believe that one race is better than the other. Some of them believe that they just need to be separate.
That's what segregation is, Stardust. Separate but equal.
The segregation they're talking about is not the same segregation we're talking about what happened.
It's a new hip segregation. You're trusting the ethnic nationalists?
I'm not trusting them, no. I'm just
So where are you getting that?
Since you're asking me.
Who told you it's different?
Why are you asking me if you don't really care?
I do care. It's very concerning to me. You're repeating Nazi talking points. That's why.
You're asking me what some of these people believe. If you think that I'm reaching out and trying to get people to view me as a human being, you don't think that I will go the extra effort to make sure I understand what they believe and why they believe it?
She doesn't. No, I asked you if you thought most of Richard Spencer's audience was white supremacists, and you still can't answer that.
I already told you I don't know.
You genuinely...
I don't know.
Not most, like you don't think most, you, okay.
I don't know how many times I have to repeat it for you.
Okay, if I say the phrase, okay,
just
for the clip, just for the clip.
No,
if I say the phrase,
next fucking question.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay, back to the question I had before that. Why would you offer a bridge to people before they have demonstrated that they aren't dangerous? Why are you mad? You seem a little upset.
No, I'm not mad. I'm looking at my chat right now. Stardust held me personally.
Yeah, she hasn't thought about it.
Okay, well, you don't need to share that. Please don't share that again in the chat. That is not something to share in the chat.
But you make rape jokes all the time, though, Stardust. I don't have that problem in my chat.
That person's talking about their actual rape.
What's the difference?
There's a huge difference. There's a huge difference when I talk about my rape and I make a rape joke. Yeah, there's a huge difference. So.
All right. I guess. Are you getting help from your chat right now?
No, I'm seeing they're like freaking out, so I'm just trying to understand. Like,
what are they freaking out about? Because you don't know whether or not Richard Spencer's audience is mostly white supremacists?
No, somebody said he doesn't watch your content, so how does he know what kind of jokes you make? Basically, yeah, it's incoherent stuff. So.
I mean, a lot of your posts are incoherent, so I mean. That's kind of your, isn't that like your brand? Just like chaos or whatever? Like nothing actually educational?
That's not true. On Twitter, I might be a bit chaotic because I get tired of like explaining things over and over to people. So at a certain point, I just throw it out the window. But yeah.
She literally has a thing
I
called
thought
the
you,
Chaos
like-
What
Cast.
do you want me to do? What do you want me to do, Endless?
What do I want you
Stardust
to
seemed
do?
very sad. Yes. What's up,
Um,
some dumb?
Honestly, you can do whatever you want to do. I would say that if anti-fascism is something that you would be dedicated to,
I'm good,
as
I'm
we
chilling.
all should be, you're not like doing that. In fact, you're kind of doing the opposite of that, because as much as you say, I'm talking to my chat, blah, 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 the people who watch that YouTube video 2, 3, 4 years from now are not going to be there to have that conversation with you. So the only thing that they see is the comment section where people are going back and forth, and it creates a false dichotomy where people can have indifference to white supremacy because it's seen as just another differing opinion in the casual discourse, right? And I'm sure, like, because you got upset at me when I started joking about moderate white supremacists, because we know there's no such thing as a moderate.
I don't think I've ever been upset in this.
Yeah, that was the only thing she heard me say. Because that's how she viewed this, is the race to see who could make the other person upset, and she had to act like she wasn't upset, because that would mean that I won and she lost, because that's how she views all these conversations, right? It's kind of sad, honestly.
Conversation.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. You took issue with me because you were like, if you're just going to be sarcastic with me or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be. If you're
Right.
just gonna be
And it was because I was talking about moderate white supremacists, right? So this is what I'm saying. There's no such thing as moderate white supremacy. And if someone has been involved in white supremacy until they denounce white supremacy, why would you offer them anything? But
Because a lot of the time they don't realize what they're in.
Richard Spencer doesn't know he's a white supremacist.
I'm not talking about Richard Spencer.
That was like,
I'm talking about, again, people who watch this content.
you think people can watch
People-
something for years and get involved in those communities and like not know that they're into white supremacy?
A lot of people, believe it or not, are barely aware of the shit that they watch.
So they see Richard Spencer Sieg Heiling and talking about the Lugenpresse, and they're like, I don't know if this guy's a Nazi or not. Let me watch him some more and find out.
They probably don't. They probably don't specifically see those things.
They don't have Google?
How would they not? That's like the first thing that comes up when you Google him.
Right. If they follow him on his whatever platforms he's on, they're probably some of them, sure, but again, there's
Oh no, that was legitimately her argument, that a sizable portion, like to the point where she was uncomfortable saying that most of his audience were white supremacists. So we'll say she thinks that at least half of Richard Spencer's audience doesn't know he's a white supremacist. She's that clueless. Right? And that's assuming that she genuinely believes that, and it's not just her excuse because she can't just say, I did this shit because it gets me more engagements than karaoke, right?
going to be a portion of them that don't even realize what they're listening to.
Because they've just been into it they've just been into it for years.
Possibly. I mean, I think we're looping. If you could choose the next 3 interviews that I do, who would you want me to interview?
So here's the thing, Stardust. We were looping because, like, I don't know, it's really hard for whatever. I actually kind of agree with that, Serum Them Cheeks. If it was like just like an edgy comedian who had weirdo people like that in their audience, like, so like prime example would be like, I guess, like a Hunter Avalon. What's up, Universal Discourse? A prime example would be like a Hunter Avalon, like someone who was actually de-radicalized. You feel me? Like, I feel that. I'm gonna make a new window so I can look at my mod view. But yeah, I actually agree with that, Syrup Them Cheeks. Reason to get you to admit that you just like talking to these people because it's enriching for you and is for whatever reason fun for you. I don't know if
Like it's enriching and fun right now for me.
I mean, you're not talking to Richard Spencer. You're talking to me.
Yeah, but do you think that it's worth it, that the amount of like bullshit that I don't just get from you guys, I get it from their side too. So
This is what I was getting at earlier, is like one side is criticizing you for talking to Nazis. The other side is criticizing you for being brown. And you're like, these guys seem more reasonable. That doesn't seem funny to you?
No, you haven't brought anything of value to this conversation.
I haven't?
I've yet to see anything of value. If you gave me something valid, like I think Aston gave me like a valid criticism earlier, and I was able to go with that. But like if you brought anything of value to this, it would have been fine. But I feel like I've just been answering your questions, and then all you've been doing is trying to kind of shoehorn me into either one, like having questionable views, which I don't, but
I've never said that you have questionable views.
Wait a minute, you implied so.
Yo, Seaweed.
And it would be
Seaweed, thanks for the raid. You work with Daryl Davis. Wild. Because I would actually really like to get an interview with him, if that is something that would be possible. Because I don't know if you're the person I talked to on Twitter, but like this is the whole like conversation that I'm having with this person you see on screen here. Beyond Barriers USA, right on. Because these people think they're you because they like interview YouTube. He's coming onto your stream. You'll happily invite me. Thank you. That's awesome. They interview known propagandists? Yeah. Seaweed, thank you for the raid. But, yeah. What up, Critical? What up, Cat? 50% C, 50% weed. Seaweed, never-ending base dark. All right, let's finish this brain herd up so we can get to some Hunt Showdown. Yeah, I terminated my affiliate contract, so I don't have that. But I do have Patreon, and if you do !donate, you can send me money through Stream Elements if you guys so desire. But I'll do that, I guess. Oh, yep, there it is. Cat did it. Y'all did it. I appreciate you all. Thanks, y'all. But basically, Universal Discourse, the work that Daryl Davis did of like putting himself in danger and going to Klan rallies and that type of stuff, these people think that they're doing an equal amount of work as that by just like interviewing these people and posting the interviews to YouTube, where they don't challenge any of the things that they say and expect the members of their audience to just catch a vibe and eventually not be white supremacists anymore.
And I was able to go with that. But like if you brought anything of value,
yeah, join the Discord.
It would have been fine. But I feel like I've just been answering your questions, and then all you've been doing is trying to kind of shoehorn me into either one, like having questionable views, which I don't. But
we're doing that. I guess this is towards the end of my conversation with Stardust, so we can finish the rest of that another time. I would have talked to. You're trying to make fire right now? It's all good. Fire is... You need to put all of your concentration in a fire, so I understand. Let me drop you the link for the Discord. Oh, there you go. Nice universal discourse. Hell yeah. Bet. All right. Did you want to like pop in voice chat, or did you just want to hop in really quick? Because I can go back to this conversation really quick if we want to. Cal Poker, thank you for the follow. We're about to play some Hunt Showdown and make sure that people yee their last haw. Yeah, I'll finish up this video with Stardust. I'll finish up the Stardust video. I've never said that you have questionable views.
Wait a minute.
What up, Cal Poker?
Implied so.
When?
And it would be
Example.
stupid. Excuse me. It would be stupid
Okay.
of me to be engaging in these communities and not understand the views that these people hold.
She doesn't understand their views. She tried to say that the Mexican ethno-nationalists who just think that all the races should be separate were not white supremacists. She doesn't understand what she's doing.
I do a lot of research into what types of views different people in these communities hold. I don't just walk in there. I don't just waltz in there. And,
She does. This is
and
exactly
just
what she does.
willy-nilly do things.
I didn't say any of that.
You,
So.
you implied that I was.
How?
You said basically you're regurgitating white nationalist talking.
You were.
points.
You were talking. And it's now at this point, having watched this whole thing, that tirade was probably directed more at her chat than it was at me, because I'm sure they told her that she sounded like she didn't know what she was talking about. Talking about how the ethnic nationalists were saying their version of segregation is going to be different from actual. You are under no obligation to find out who this person on screen is, but yeah, she's absolutely deserving of all the flack she is catching, for sure. Segregation.
Yes.
Because they
Yes.
said so.
Well, I don't agree with them. You think that I agree with them? I know that it's not.
You were
like that. I
literally
know that they're
arguing
fucking
for them.
stupid.
You were arguing
I'm not
for
arguing for them. No, I'm not.
them. Okay. When she said that they weren't white supremacists, they're just ethnic nationalists or civic nationalists. I said
You asked me what types of people. I gave you one example of people, ethnic nationalists. It doesn't mean that just because I know their arguments doesn't mean that I agree with them. Are you fucking kidding me?
I didn't say you agree with them. I said
Yeah,
you were
but you're
making their
thinking of
arguments for
arguing
them.
on behalf of them. I'm not making their arguments.
You
I'm
did.
not.
You
No,
what did,
it's
what
not.
did you just
are the
say?
one who's painting me like that. You are the one who's painting me like
You
that.
literally just said that they said that their
No, it's
segregation
not.
is going to be different.
If you, yes, they say that for sure. They
Okay,
do.
but you know it's
Yeah,
bullshit.
Of course, this interview is proof that I talk to all sides. I feel
It's not.
this interview should be proof that I am not going into these spaces with no research.
What'd you
I
learn
know
about?
people.
Okay, that's funny. That's
Back-
ironic as fuck.
Like the back of my hand.
You
I
think that
really
it's
do.
proof? What did you
I
learn
do,
about Black
yeah.
liberation in this conversation? Did we go back and forth about Richard Spencer the whole time, or did you actually learn anything about Black
Yeah,
people?
because you don't seem to know shit about him, and you don't seem to know shit about the communities that I interact with. If you knew anything about them, then I wouldn't have to be explaining half the shit I was explaining to you.
You don't even know if they're all white supremacists, Stardust. What the fuck are you
Because
talking
a
about?
lot of them aren't. A lot of them don't even know what they're.
And she's
what they
making
are.
the
A lot of them
argument
are
that they're
lost
not white
people.
supremacists again. They're just lost people. They're just lone wolves,
them are.
mentally ill people.
Not. I mean, some of them are mentally ill. Definitely. Yeah, some of them are definitely mentally ill.
So we're just making like Fox News talking points now?
No, I'm not. I'm not talking about them
She
being
is.
lone wolves. I'm talking about people who don't realize how deep they're in.
So you're telling me that they can be in that shit for like 5 years, maybe, we'll say, give or take, be a Richard Spencer fan that whole time and not Google his name a single time?
They can passively follow. They can passively follow the content creators they follow.
They're just
Maybe
passive
they-
fans of white supremacy.
A lot of the times, yeah.
Didn't we just say there's no such thing as a moderate white supremacist?
Yeah, there's no such thing, but there are people who are passive fans of content creators, yes.
But you aren't a white supremacist and you know that he's a white supremacist.
Yes.
So what makes you think that other people who are, according to you, aren't white supremacists would not also know that he's a white supremacist?
Because not everybody's as clued into politics.
What's the politics? I'm not even talking about politics. I'm talking
I mean,
about
a lot
Google.
of people, sure, a lot of people are not clued in to the nuances in these communities.
What's the nuance about the video of him Sieg Heiling?
I mean, again, not all of them have seen that video.
The first result on Google when you Google search him, they haven't seen that?
A lot of people have not seen it.
You're going to sit there with a straight face and tell me that all of Richard Spencer's fans have not seen him literally Sieg Heil?
Oh, I'm not saying all of them. I'm saying some of them have not seen that. Yes.
But most of them have.
Some of them are passive viewers.
Why do you, like, see, this is what's so frustrating is because it's like, I want to get to stuff obsessance with you, but you keep doing this tap dancey rhetoric where you can't even say something as simple as this neo-Nazis audience is mostly neo-Nazis. Like, why do you have so much trouble?
I don't make absolute claims unless I know them absolutely.
What? So then, like, how do you, like, drive? How do you do anything? How do you, like, walk not knowing?
I don't make absolute claims unless I know things absolutely.
You're telling me that you don't absolutely know that most of Richard Spencer's audience is white supremacists. You're, like, unsure. That's
Correct.
fuzzy for you. Why?
Because, again, a lot of people in these communities are part of these communities before they even realize what the views are in these communities.
And you know that how?
It's just how it works with these people.
I mean, it's not. Sometimes,
People
yeah,
join-
but
people join communities before they realize what those communities are about.
Richard Spencer's community. But then once they realize what they're
I'm
about,
not-
they make the decision to stay, right?
Then they choose. Then they have a conflict. Then they're like, I don't really believe all these things, but I like the people. And
So
they
then
have
didn't
to
she
choose.
so she's talking about how people have been in there for years though. And the decisive moment she's talking about where they have to choose is just seeing her listen to their favorite white supremacist talk about how white supremacy is good and her not challenging any of it. Then this leads me to two questions. Number one, how long do you have to chill around neo-Nazis before you realize that they might be white supremacists? And number two, how long do you have to sit around people calling you slurs and dealing with criticism from other anti-fascists telling you not to do this fuck shit? And like seeing that it doesn't work, that it only makes you feel good, and being like, okay, so demonstrate that.
I mean, I have one woman who
That was such a dope moment.
Literally, like, who identified as a white nationalist, who's like married, has a bunch of kids.
We've been talking for almost an hour and a half, and they haven't appeared in chat.
I mean, like, again, it's not overnight.
Hold on. Nah, dude. It doesn't matter what Richard Spencer is streaming. If you are following or watching Richard Spencer, you are a white supremacist fan. You are at the very least interested or curious about white supremacy. You are literally following and watching Richard Spencer. It doesn't fucking matter what he's doing. He could be cooking. You're following Richard Spencer. Like, I don't understand what... Oh, no, what you meant is there is no way they don't know? Okay, yeah, okay, I got worried for a second. Shout out to Freya Yamato, all right. I didn't mean to fly off the handle at you, sorry. But, yeah, there's absolutely no way that he isn't pretending to not be a Nazi anymore. Oh, yeah, you have to be some kind of fucking sucker to watch the guy who influenced the Heather Heyer murder be like, actually, guys, mulligan, just kidding, and immediately be like, all right, I believe this guy. He seems cool. Let's let him fucking talk to our audiences.
Right? It's not overnight.
All right.
But there are people who do frequent my community who will come around. I'm not
Where are
going to
they?
out people. I'm not
They
gonna out
should
people.
out themselves. It should be a
I don't
glory.
think-
It's a good thing when you leave a white supremacist
with
community.
with the way that you act towards this, I don't think anybody ever would.
How do I act, Stardust?
You're incredibly bad faith. You've been incredibly bad faith this entire conversation.
In regards to what? Bad faith is when you ask someone to substantiate their claim, and when they can't, you point out that they can't substantiate any of the shit that they're saying.
Just in regards to everything. The fact that you're trying to...
Example?
Like, yeah, again, you're trying to paint me as somebody who's arguing on behalf of, like, ethnic
I am not.
nationalism.
That is a straw man.
You are.
That
It
is
is not a straw man. That
Okay.
is exactly what you were
What did
trying
I
to
say?
do.
What did I say that even implied that?
I think we can just rewind it.
Oh, okay.
Why don't we go on to, let me ask you a question. Next 3 interviews I do, who would you want me to interview?
Endless Cemetery, Arun Eno, and Josie, if she'll talk to you, because yeah, we've already established that people don't really take you seriously. But like, you don't have like, just before, because I think I think you want to get to the end is what I'm sensing, yeah? Just so I'm walking away with a sense of clarity. And I like understand your argument correctly.
Had to throw that
Please
dirt.
correct me, because I'm legitimately trying to steel man this.
I don't think you legitimately are.
Okay, so then correct me.
I lost faith in this conversation a while ago, as around the time that you started implying that I'm making the arguments for ethnic nationalism.
I did not do that, and no one will be able to produce any type of
did.
clips of me doing
You
that.
did.
But
You basically implied that I'm making their arguments
I
for them.
basically
Even
implied.
though you asked me what their beliefs are. You wanted to ask.
I don't know if she was just tired and like couldn't remember shit. I'll give her the benefit of the doubt here, but like, and it's funny because she actually accuses me of gaslighting her. But I said Richard Spencer's audience is mostly white supremacists, and she says some of them are not. And then describes the civic nationalists, right? And then admits in the same conversation that she knows that those people are actually just white supremacists. And then when I call her out on saying that she doesn't know if the audience is mostly white supremacists because some of them use a different brand to describe their white supremacy, she says I accused her of having shady beliefs or questionable beliefs because she can't even have a normal conversation.
Me what these people that I'm trying to convince to view me as a human, what their beliefs are, and I gave you what their beliefs are, and then you tried to make it out like I'm doing this horrible thing. I'm arguing.
No, I didn't, Stardust.
Argument on behalf of. Yes, you did. Don't fucking gaslight me, my dude.
I'm not gaslighting you.
You are.
Is this what we're gonna do right now, Stardust? I asked you.
Yeah.
You said they're not all white supremacists. I said, what are they? You said ethnic nationalists, and the difference is they don't think that their ethnicities are superior. They think that people should just live separately. And I asked you, Stardust, how is that different from segregation? And you were like,
think it's different. They think that they would do it differently.
how is that meaningful to say when we know that they are just white supremacists? That was the point.
Some of them, because a lot of them aren't white. A lot of them aren't white.
You think you need to be
Right.
white to be a white supremacist?
No, not necessarily. But if
So
they
then
think
why is that important to bring up
ethnic
either?
nationalism is the way. If they think that ethnic nationalism is the way, I don't think that necessarily means that they're white supremacists.
So you're telling me that there's like, I don't know, there's like Navajo supremacists in Richard Spencer's chat.
Not Navajo supremacists, no.
So it would probably be people who more align with what Richard Spencer's talking about.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so white supremacists.
Not white supremacists. Some of them are. Yes. But again, not all.
The look on my face. Why would not a white supremacist be into white supremacy?
They're not necessarily. I've already explained this to you. Some of them
Richard
are
Spencer's
very
not a white supremacist?
No, he is. They're
So-
very passive viewers.
So you're just saying his viewers are
A
too
lot of
dumb
viewers
to
are
understand?
passive viewers.
His viewers are
A
too
lot of
dumb to
passive-
know, they're too dumb to know he's a white supremacist? Is that what you're saying? They're just like not clued in?
They're just too passive. They just view the content passively.
They see him sig heiling and they don't know what that is. They're like, what's that mean?
Again, not all of them have seen that.
Not
I think
most
we're
either.
done here.
Not most, just some. So
I think we're done, my dude.
she's
I don't think we're
mad.
getting
She was
anywhere
mad as
with
shit.
faith here.
No,
I
okay, so
tried
let's
to
just close
explain.
really quick. Your goal is you want to attack white supremacy, yes?
My goal is to humanize myself.
So you
before
don't care
people.
about attacking white supremacy.
My goal, as I've stated since the beginning,
Mhm.
has been to humanize myself before people who don't typically see me as human.
But you haven't demonstrated how that makes other people not white supremacists anymore.
Sometimes it
Sometimes.
right. Everything is a sometimes.
No. There's things that you can do that keep the community safe when the focus is on keeping your community safe and not trying to talk to neo-Nazis. You understand that, right? Because neo-Nazis like have their own community. It's pretty strong.
And
They got politicians, cops,
my-
all that.
My community is able to handle this. My community is very strong.
Why do you rely on
and
them?
My community they're full of intelligent people. They're full of people who know what they're doing. And it's
How many of them told you not to talk to Richard Spencer?
A few of them are hesitant about me doing it.
So
But
a few of them
no.
did? Because it's a dumb fucking
No, they didn't-
idea.
they didn't tell me not to. They told me that they're apprehensive about it.
How'd they feel about it after it
Majority
came
of the
out?
Majority of the people in my community support what I'm doing, and they know what they're doing.
But all of the anti-fascists think that you interviewing Richard Spencer and doing free PR for him is good?
The anti-fascists that are part of my mod team, yes.
Is that what I said?
I don't know about the anti-fascists in the rest of my community, but the anti-fascists that are part of my specific mod team, yes.
See, that's strange because I care very strongly about what the anti-fascists in my community think. To the point where I've composed my community mostly of anti-fascists.
My
So it's really
again,
bizarre.
The strongest anti-fascists in my community are on my mod team.
Word. Just a question.
so hang on.
Because we had just to flex really quick. Type ACAB in chat if you're an anti-fascist. Just to flex real quick. Just a little flex. There we go. That's what we'd like to see. Flex on them real quick. Just flex on them real quick. ACAB in chat if you're an anti-fascist. Go ahead, don't be shy. Flex on them. Fuck 12, that's what we like to see. That's what we like to see. I just had to have that done real quick. Just want to flex on them real quick. The model minority conversation.
I'm really not interested in having any more questions from you. I feel like we've done what we can here. You've chosen to purposely misinterpret me or purposely strawman me. And
You can't even
don't
answer
know
basic
what
questions.
happened.
You haven't even given me that. You haven't given me the opportunity to do any of that.
I've answered every single
No, you
question.
didn't. You haven't demonstrated how. You have not demonstrated how it attacks white
You
supremacy.
haven't demonstrated.
You seem upset.
I feel like, no, I'm not. I'm tired. and I don't really want to continue this conversation.
What's
because
wrong?
You're the fourth conversation I've had today.
Would you
So
enjoy this conversation more if I was a neo-Nazi?
No, I wouldn't.
I kind of feel like you would.
I would not.
Weird. Well, then why do you talk to them?
I want to hang out with my community now.
It's not the neo-Nazis?
It's not the neo-Nazis. It's
Are
the
you sure?
generally majority leftist community that I have. That is actually significantly more left than I am.
And they're all really, really stoked, and they all think that interviewing Richard Spencer is a really super duper good idea, and you should continue to talk to people like PP Brit.
Yes.
These are anti-fascists, like people who are Antifa.
Yes.
I kind of don't believe you.
Okay. Well, that's up to you.
All right. It's weird that you believe that these white supremacists like you when you admit that they just kind of want to
don't.
fuck brown women.
They don't like me.
So then what's the point? I thought you were humanizing yourself.
I'm humanizing myself for
No,
the
you're not.
audience.
They want to
I
fuck you.
am.
That's it. You just said that.
No, I never said that.
You did. You said there was a weird white supremacist thing where they like Asian women, they like Indian women. You said that.
I didn't say that. No, I said that
You
had
didn't?
asked me earlier. You asked me earlier about how many of them have friends who are minorities. Yeah.
Right.
Some of them, and quite a few of them are married to minorities.
The context of that conversation is very important. Very, very important. Because you know that some of them have a thing for brown women or Asian women.
No, I did not say that. You're the one who's saying that now. But
You didn't just say that a minority of them are married to like Asian women or like
they're married to minorities, yeah.
yeah. So you don't
Married to people of color. I think look, the people that I'm trying to get them to see me as a human,
they don't though.
they do. Because
How do you know?
Because if they're fetishizing me, they're not seeing me as a human.
Right. How do you know they
I
aren't?
know the difference.
You do?
I do.
You can't even present to me any one of the people from their audience, but I'm supposed to believe that not only do they like you, they're not also actively fetishizing you.
Why would I introduce you to any of them from those audiences?
You don't-
can barely handle a conversation with me.
Stardust, you don't understand.
Why would I introduce you to my community?
You don't understand why it would be important to have people on deck to say, "Hey, I'm from Richard Spencer's audience, and I'm not like that anymore because Stardust talked to me."
Again, I have people.
Where they at?
They're not going to radically change their views, but there are people who hang around the community who have come from those spheres.
Where they at? How do you know that they are humanizing you when you admitted that you don't know?
They are around, and
Where?
I do know because I've had conversations with them.
Okay, slide to the right. I know I'm not the first person to ask you this, but you always treat this question like it's something nebulous and not something quantifiable. Like you couldn't go, "Hey, you denouncing fascism or you're leaving this community. Can you talk about why?" That should be your third interview, Stardust. Interview someone who's left Richard Spencer's community to come to yours.
Again, you think that my goal with this is to make people just
Humanize you, yeah.
My starting goal
To be humanized, yeah.
Them humanizing me is.
And you don't even know if you're accomplishing that.
No, I do know I'm accomplishing that.
How?
I get feedback every single time.
Where?
Let me finish. Are you gonna let me finish?
I just asked a simple question because you're making claims and I'm asking you to substantiate them.
You continue to talk when
Okay.
I'm trying to explain
Just really quick, really quick.
No, not really quick.
Okay.
No.
You're asserting.
I have conversations with people. After these things, I have people who will show up in my community who are new. And again,
I would probably screenshot that kind of stuff. If it were me, I would screenshot that kind of stuff, specifically so when people like Endless Cemetery grill me about it in conversation, I can be like, "Here it is." But it's been, what, like 3 days? Well, 2 days since we had this conversation, and she still has produced 0 receipts. She has produced no receipts of this thing that she is saying is happening, actually happening.
My goal, my goal is to humanize myself for them. I am not expecting people to change their views overnight. What I'm doing is planting seeds of doubt. If eventually they come over after a few weeks or a few months, then that's great.
That's what you think you're doing, but you can't demonstrate that.
I mean, all right, I'll see you later, dude.
Peace, bro. Enjoy. I accept your sign.
That's what she got. That's what she got mad as shit. She was mad as shit, yo. She was mad as shit.
She was mad as fuck. Like, I feel like that would be a fairly simple request.
Yo.
Like, especially considering how often I know she gets asked that question, to just whip out screenshots, like, boom, here they are. But, like, you can just admit that you...
process that takes years. I mean,
No, not really quick.
Okay.
No.
You're asserting...
I have conversations with people after these things. I have people who will show up in my community who are new. And again, my goal, my goal is to humanize myself for them. I am not expecting people to change their views overnight. What I'm doing is planting seeds of doubt. If eventually they come over after a few weeks or a few months, then that's great.
That's what you think you're doing, but you can't demonstrate that.
I mean, all right, I'll see you later, dude.
Peace, bro. Enjoy. I accept your silent concession.
Who are new. And again, my goal, my goal is to humanize myself for them. I am not expecting people to change their views overnight. What I'm doing is planting seeds of doubt. If eventually they come over after a few weeks or a few months, then that's great.
That's what you think you're doing, but you can't demonstrate that.
I mean, all right, I'll see you later, dude.
Peace, bro. Enjoy.
I need to clip
your silent
that.
concession.
I need to clip that for later.
She was mad as fuck.
oh well, I mean, it is what it is.
Like, I feel like that would be a fairly simple request. Like, especially considering how often I know she gets asked that question, to just whip out screenshots, like, boom, here they are. But, like, you can just admit that
This is
you...
a process that takes years. I mean, she did this
What's
ago,
the
correct?
process? What is the process?
De-Radicalization.
Okay, walk me through the process.
Here's where Wick's dumbass rage quits too. At least Stardust talked to me for what, like an hour and a half? Wick talked to me for like 5 minutes before he rage quit.
Okay. Well, first, you have to demonstrate that there is a path out, right? That they are not stuck, because this is what a lot of them believe. They believe that there is no other place for them. It's the reason why the KKK puts their children out in front when they do protests and things, and so that all the hate that gets directed their way is directed towards their children. So
This is false. Just blatantly fucking false. KKK rallies and stuff get police escorts. They don't need to stand behind their children because they can just stand behind the police. And I don't know why I let him lie like this, but he's fucking stupid for this. Okay, can I stop you for a second?
of course.
Okay. What is the thing stopping them? Like, because this talking point gets brought out and I genuinely don't understand how handing these people a microphone when they haven't even demonstrated that they're interested in not being neo-Nazis anymore is de-radicalizing them.
It's showing that you are willing to engage with them on a human level, and that is really all certain people need. Like,
Okay,
it's not a
certain
lot.
people. That's what black people. Certain people need from white supremacists, friend.
Look, it is a two-way street.
It's
not
not
that
though. It's not
everything
though
is
because she
on one side or the other.
It's
Both
not. It's.
parties have to work together.
Are you genuinely saying right now that black people are 50% responsible for white
Of
supremacy?
course not. Of course not. Did I
Okay.
say 50-50 split? Do I say they're responsible for white supremacy?
Okay,
at
you
all?
just said
At
it was a
all?
give and take.
Not
You just said
at
it was.
all.
You just said it was 50-50, and
The
Star
process
just.
of de-radicalization is a give and take. Yes.
Okay, so then where's their give? Because I asked Stardust the same question and she didn't answer it.
The give that they have to do is they do have to eventually denounce their beliefs, but they don't. have to.
Eventually. So
It's
eventually.
unrealistic to ask someone to do it all at once. It's a step
It's literally the bare
The
minimum.
process is a years long.
Asking someone to denounce white supremacy is literally the bare fucking minimum. And anyone who is even remotely involved with anti-fascism would tell you that. These people are not anti-fascists. They're charlatans and grifters. Do not pay attention to anything that they have to say.
And we have experts on this,
Friend,
right?
okay.
Like, I am not an expert on this, but
I know he's not an expert, and he doesn't consult any experts either, because an expert in anti-fascism would have told him interviewing Richard Spencer is a dumb fucking idea.
I know people. I've seen this process work. I've seen this process work on my families in both directions. I've seen family members become radicalized into these groups or close to these groups. I've seen other members be pulled out of it. It's a decades-long process that works both ways.
The problem I have that you still haven't explained to me is that...
Sure. But, I mean, they're there, so...
Okay. We could, because we were having a conversation.
I'll put you guys back. I'll put you guys back.
Okay. So the problem I have is that, number one, you're still talking about reaching out because you said eventually, right? So if we know that white supremacists just pretend to be liberal, what's to stop them from doing that and recruiting the whole time? You're waiting for them to demonstrate that they're not white supremacists anymore. That's number one. Number two, why are we focusing on the white supremacists as if they need so much outreach and humanization and fucking, you know, all this shit when they have power? They have power. It's not like it's not like...
Much less than I think that you're suggesting.
Okay.
When you say white supremacy, right? I'm not exactly quite sure what you mean.
Okay.
Do you think all white... let me ask this. Maybe this will explain. Do you think all Trump voters are white supremacists?
Yes.
See, this is where we disagree. There are plenty of people who are not white supremacists.
And that's how you can tell that this dude is fucking stupid. And we're going to get to why in a second.
Who voted for Trump.
What is... Okay. Okay, friend. So what is the difference between a person who doesn't care about operating with other white supremacists and a white supremacist?
One can hold beliefs and do actions while the other may simply tolerate. There is the substantive difference, right?
Do you understand that there's a power structure for white supremacy, though, right? So if that's...
Are you talking about systemic racism?
Yes.
Then yes, systemic racism does exist.
Okay,
the cure to systemic racism isn't dealing with individual people or individual actors. Much like the quote, I believe it was by Malcolm X, who said you can replace the entire NYPD with angels from heaven, and in 2 weeks they would go back to beating up black people, because it acknowledges that the system is the problem, not the actors within the system.
Agreed.
So when we talk about things like going after individual white supremacists or the problem is the power balances or imbalances, I should say. It's a deeper conversation.
Now, I was going to say, so, because I literally have this conversation on my stream all the time, which is why this is confusing to me, because if you understand this, literally, what the fuck is the point of doing interviews with Richard Spencer?
Again, outreach.
Okay, all right. I don't know what happened right there. Twitch couldn't handle the truth. Stardust fan base, DDoS, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to rewind it a little bit since I don't know what y'all missed.
Okay. When you say white supremacy, right? I'm not exactly quite sure.
Marvect.
Okay. Do you think all white? Let me ask this. Maybe this will explain. Do you think all Trump voters are white supremacists?
Yes.
See, this is where we disagree. There are plenty of people who are not white supremacists who voted for Trump.
What is okay? Okay, friend. So what is the difference between a person who doesn't care about operating with other white supremacists and a white supremacist?
One can hold beliefs and do actions while the other may simply tolerate. There is the substantive difference, right?
Do you understand that there's a power structure for white supremacy, though, right? So if that's...
Are you talking about systemic racism?
Yes.
Then yes, systemic racism does exist.
Okay, so...
The cure to systemic racism isn't dealing with individual people or individual actors. Much
It's part of it, which is dumb. That's a dumb statement.
like the quote, I believe it was by Malcolm X, who said...
Here he goes. He's literally quoting Malcolm X to me right here. Listen to this.
And then YPD with angels from heaven, and in 2 weeks they would go back to beating up black people, because it acknowledges that the system is the problem, not the actors within the system.
Agreed.
So when we talk about things like going after individual white supremacists or tackling individual actors within the system, that's beside the point. The problem is the incentive structures. The problem is the power balances or imbalances, I should say. It's a deeper conversation.
Now, I was going to say, because I literally have this conversation on my stream all the time, which is why this is confusing to me, because if you understand this, literally, what the fuck is the point of doing interviews with Richard Spencer?
Again, outreach to their community is something that is necessary.
It is not.
Right?
It is absolutely not.
This is where you're just dead wrong, my friend.
What? Okay.
Like your way, this way of thinking, it's kind of new, and it's leading to more.
He thinks my way of thinking is kind of new. It's
not.
You're telling me
no.
It's not.
It ain't working.
It's
your
not.
Way ain't working.
It's worked pretty fucking good.
Do you think it's working? Do you think we're getting more or less racist as a nation?
The country itself is founded in white supremacy. If someone is born here, they're probably going to be a white supremacist. This was the dumbest question I've heard anyone ask to try to gotcha me with the entire time I've been doing Twitch politics. I can say that authoritatively. Someone asserting that anti-fascism doesn't work because a fascist country with a fascist government rooted in fascism still has fascism in it, and the way that we do anti-fascism is actually by letting the fascists do whatever the fuck they want, is brain dead. I mean vegetative state. The guy is a pseudo-intellectual. He is an internet scholar. He himself admitted he is not an expert, and none of the people he consulted are experts. Friend, the nation was founded in racism. Are we
getting more or less racist?
What kind of question is this? Weren't you just quoting Malcolm fucking X to me?
Demonstrate how your way of doing things just isn't effective.
Yeah, Malcolm X was trying to outreach to neo-Nazis. That's what Malcolm X was doing. Literally saying that racism is black people's fault.
Of course not. Of course not.
Then what is this thing you're asserting right now?
Saying that what you specifically are doing, let's not, because you aren't all black people, right? You're just
so you tell
right?
me
Are you speaking for all black people? Or
I'm not speaking for anyone. I'm speaking for myself. And I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you to demonstrate to me what organizations, what pro-black organizations, what we're talking about, Black Panthers, we're talking about BGF, whatever.
Oh, Black Panthers and things like that. I don't know about the current iteration.
You're telling me that they let the Klan come. You're telling me they let Klansmen come talk at their rallies. That's what you're telling me. Okay. So what the fuck is the point of letting them speak?
The violence of the civil rights movement in the 1960s, and we can demonstrate this. I can send you some studies, peer-reviewed studies.
Don't do this to me, dog. I need you to understand.
Deal with the experts, right?
No, what the fuck are you talking about? I literally am an expert. I am one generation away from 3 fucking straight generations of slavery. You're talking to me about this shit in a patronizing manner, like I haven't done this research. When you cannot explain to me how talking to white supremacists on Twitch is outreach to white supremacists.
There is none so blind as those who will not see. And I think this is what you are, right? Because
how am I blind? You can't show me. You're not showing me what I'm supposed to be seeing.
You are refusing to see.
You're not showing me what I'm supposed to be seeing. I asked, where are the people who have converted? Where are the people Stardust has done outreach to?
I can name I can't.
Okay. Where they at? Where they at then?
Right.
Please, so then solve this problem.
I can name them to you: Clyde Disney, There's a few others. I want, name.
He literally just starts naming people he personally knows in real life. He's that fucking stupid. He's literally just starting to name people that he personally has talked to, not people that he's poached because they talked to Richard Spencer or PP Britt or whoever. Just people that he knows that, yeah, he's stupid.
Clyde Disney.
Since you're probably on stream now, I shouldn't name names, but I will DM them to you. I don't want to dox people, right?
So these are all people that Stardust
that I know
from Richard Spencer's audience.
No. I'm talking about people who have used similar tactics.
See, he's stupid. We're not even talking. He genuinely thinks that Stardust interviewing Richard Spencer on YouTube is the same as talking to Richard Spencer privately. He genuinely believes that.
To Stardust, or outreach.
It's not similar tactics. Why do you think that talking to people you personally know in real life is the same as inviting them to speak in front of your entire audience?
The same.
It's not the same. So why are you treating it like it is?
But the process is similar. Enough.
It's not. You're literally just giving them an opportunity to recruit.
Of course not.
You're giving them opportunities to recruit.
I will give you this. There are risks to talking.
So why do it? He admits that there's risks. He admits that he doesn't give a fuck about the fact that it could harm people.
Yes,
why do it?
The risks of not talking to them are far greater. Because
you do realize. Hold on. Stop. Wait a minute. The risks of not doing it are far greater, as in the neo-Nazis are going to continue to do the exact fucking thing they were already doing before they decided that we needed to reach out to them. That's how fucking stupid he is. The consequences of us not reaching out to them is them organizing. Damn, they've never done that before. Is them trying to hold positions in office. Damn, they've never done that before. Them trying to control schools and police precincts. Damn, they've never done that before. This is why white people need to shut the fuck up when it comes to these subjects, because y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about a lot of the time. And I'm sorry. A lot of y'all that are in here are cool, but these liberals need to take a back fucking seat. You know what? Wait a minute. Wait, stop. No, stop. You're not. Nah, I'm muting you. I'm muting you. No, I'm deafening you. The audio because I need you to understand.
You're
Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, I need you to fucking understand something, okay? I am a full Ebonian, Stygian, fresh out the mud, Mississippi mud, Ebonian, Negroid nigga, okay? Do not fucking explain to me about institutional racism or fucking outreach or de-radicalization, okay? De-radicalization happens when you talk to your fucking racist ass Aunt Kathy and tell her to stop calling people trannies in public. De-radicalization is not when you invite Richard Spencer onto your Twitch chat to ask him about what he had for breakfast. And the fact that you guys keep fucking acting like this is insanely frustrating, because you can't just say we're doing this because it generates clicks. It's not anti-fascism. It's not even doing what she thinks it's doing, because she'll say that she's humanizing herself to these people and then in the same breath spin right on her heels and be like, but I guess some of them just really want to fuck Asian women, right? It's the stupidest shit in the world, because you guys can't just say it generates clicks when we talk to controversial people, and we really don't give a fuck about anti-fascism. We don't give a fuck about what anti-fascists do. We don't give a fuck about what black people have to go through on the ground every day. We just want to generate controversial content so that the kiddies on Twitch have something to watch during a lunch period and after school. That's it. There's no fucking baby steps. Malcolm X said himself, you don't stab me in the back 8 inches, pull the knife out 6, and call it progress. There's no such thing as a moderate white supremacist. If a white supremacist wants outreach, they can leave their organization, period. That's what's worked, that's what will work, and that is anti-fascism. That's security culture anti-fascism. Why? Because we know that white supremacists will lie to infiltrate cultures and organizations. How do we know this? Because they told us this. Not only did they tell us this, even if they didn't, their entire fucking ideology is based on a lie. So why we would engage them or talk to them on good faith, like the reason the person is an accidental white supremacist is because they haven't watched the right episode of fucking Sesame Street, is the most brain dead and self-aggrandizing shit I have ever heard, just because you can't admit that you're starved for fucking attention and you don't care whether it's negative or positive. So you talk to these people because it stirs up the fucking hornet's nest, and you would rather deal with getting hate raids from groypers than accepting even the fucking tiniest crumb of criticism from people who are in your own community and will never reject you. Because that's the thing I wanted to say to Stardust that I didn't get a chance to, is that us, as in niggas, trans people, queer people, whatever, we will never make her choose. And that's what I was getting at with my abolition take, right? I said, I don't believe in irredeemable people. And the reason for that is because we all have to fucking coincide on this earth together. And if you say, you know what, this white supremacy is some fuck shit, I want to get down with some abolition, I want to get down with some black liberation. You know what my response to that would be? Fucking excitement. I would put you down with 3 books tonight. We'll be reading Huey Newton and beating our dicks together by the end of the week, right? But that's a step. That there is a step. That's a step that they have to take. I don't give a fuck if he's listening or not, because he's fucking stupid and he's wrong. But no one's going to tell any of these people that they're fucking wrong, because they're all surrounded by equally fucking dumb white people who don't know about fucking anti-fascism, right? I was cooking. These people don't know about anti-fascism. She's complaining, I'm doing this. Nobody asked me to do this. I'm doing this. Nobody asked you to do that, and we specifically told you not to fucking do that because it's fucking stupid, and you have no justification for it. Me, when I say things like, I kick Nazis out of my bar to make the rest of the people in the bar not feel uncomfortable about the fact that they have to share space with a fucking Nazi, right? Especially when we consider that it's Baltimore. There's trans people in the club. There's queer people in the club. There's black people in the club, right? And I'm supposed to let this fucker who wants to kill all of us in the club because it's important for them to know that there's a bridge back into being accepted on Black Twitter? Are you guys fucking nuts? Are you guys literally fucking insane? Actually, you know what? I know what it is. It's not that you're insane. It's that you're white and fucking infected with white, Western, fucking American ideology to the point where you genuinely believe that white supremacists can be good people. You genuinely believe, you think, it sounds silly when you say it out loud, but you genuinely believe and have expressed in the past the sentiment that this person might be a little transphobic, but I've never seen them say or do anything fucked up in front of me, so as long as we just never talk about it, then they can be cool with me. That's genuinely how you guys operate, and you think you're doing anti-fascism because you interview Richard Spencer, and you think that's part of a slow process to fucking convert imaginary fucking audience members. Fuck out of here. We see what the audience members think. When I say, where are these converted people? What's the link between you making these people or thinking that these people like you and combating white supremacy? And there is none. It's performance. You might as well be fucking river dancing up here. Or shucking and jiving. It's performance. It's not anti-fascism. It's not combating white supremacy. It's not even humanizing you to them. Because you know they will pretend to like you just because they want to fuck you. Or that they think that you're just a funny character to entertain in their chat. When I ask you, how are you humanizing yourself to them? How do you know you've humanized yourself to them? I know because I know. But I'm the one going in circles. You understand how fucking silly this conversation is? Like, it's just like, You're calling me a LARPer because I actually give a fuck about my community and I want to keep them safe. That's the other frustrating end of it, is that it's not doing what you think you're doing, but on top of that,
Yes,
why the fuck
Maverick.
are you focused on the Nazis instead of the people that they target? You think that just because you talk to both of them at the same time, that makes it okay? That's literally fence walking. That's literally fucking fence walking. You don't need to talk to Richard Spencer for people to potentially become not white supremacists anymore. They can do that all by themselves. They don't need you to talk to him. And you can't demonstrate that they do, because they don't. It's objectively true. You can't explain how your presence and your exposure can convert them to from white supremacy. You yourself say that you don't even expect that to be an outcome. So what the fuck? She would have defended herself better if she believed she was actually helping. I don't know. It's just the stupidest, like, and it's... Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what I'm talking about, but she doesn't even know what the audience makeup is of Richard Spencer's fucking audience. It's the most unhinged, fucking deranged, fucking narcissistic shit. You're like, I'm going to talk to these Nazis, and when people call me out on it, I'm going to say it's because anti-white supremacy. And then when the minorities ask me what's white supremacist, what's anti-white supremacy about it, I'm going to get mad and say that they're engaging me in bad faith. That's why I kept asking them to walk me through it, because it's like, okay, you see Richard Spencer and his audience. You know Richard Spencer's a white supremacist. You apparently are unsure as to the quantity of white supremacists in his audience, which is red flag number fucking one, when you can't even tell me if you know whether or not Richard Spencer's audience is
True,
mostly
Freya
white
Yamato.
supremacist. That's number one. But you're talking to them with your primary goal being to humanize yourself to them, but you can't even demonstrate how or when that happens. The goal of humanizing yourself to them is with the hope that eventually they will take baby steps into, I guess, being an abolitionist, right? Just because they saw Richard Spencer talking to Stardust, right? It plants a seed, right? Like, what's the seed? When we're talking about literal seeds, I can show you the steps. You put the seed in the ground and you water it. And this week it looks like this. This week it looks like this. This week it looks like this, right? You're talking about planting a metaphorical seed and can't show me any of the steps of the process after that. You get right to, these Nazis are paying attention to me, right? You have a problem with how when I phrase it like that. So you have to phrase it as, I've humanized myself to the Nazis. And the reason
Facts,
why you
Kensai.
know that you've humanized yourself to them is because they're paying attention to you and not calling you slurs. You know how fucking stupid that is? And then you can't even show these phantom conversations with these people about how their ways have been changed, which you don't even expect to be an outcome of conversing with these people in the first place. But, you know, hold on, because I'm still in there. I just realized I'm just kind of going in Stardust's chat. Let me go ahead and fucking leave this goofy ass shit, because I don't think she's going to want to talk to me again. She didn't. Hour and a half talking to Stardust, going in circles about how...
They are extremely...
Alright, that was just me talking to Frackle, so... That was extremely fucking painful. Yeah, I Stardust and they're talking to me again. Thank you for coming through for a minute, Kensai. What's up, Farum of Erebus? We appreciate you, Kensai. Yeah, come back anytime. Exactly, Freya Amato. She admitted she wasn't the first one. She admitted that there was other people talking to him. I'm feeling pretty cool. I'm feeling pretty chill. Potentially set up an interview with Daryl Davis, so that should be cool. But we're getting to the part that I didn't want to spoil now. We're getting up to the end, right before the Hunt Showdown, because you thought I was brilliant, Belvoir. I appreciate you. If you hit donate ! Then you can send me cash. Or ! Donate, I'm sorry. The KKK Redeemer guy's coming up. Yeah, Daryl Davis. So you have a complicated question? Sure. Yeah, sure. I can talk. I feel like because Daryl Davis is, like a lot of these people, such a polarizing figure, she was the first to interview Spencer the day of a racial mass shooting, yes. So you just got done talking to a cousin who works security. You got to talking to him about how we're seeing more and more theft without people trying to stop them. Like in grocery stores and stuff. Based. He went on about how it's not worth it because you may get hurt or whatever else. I mean, there's different reasons, but those are fair and valid, I guess. What happened to nobility? Poverty. If you're hungry, you're going to steal to eat because that's how you live. That's how you survive. If you're worried about the people, the nobility of the people stealing, you should ask yourself about the nobility of the people who make it so that those people have to steal. She's in the waiting room. Cool.
Endless Cemetery. Jesus Christ, what's happening?
Sorry. How are you doing?
Hello, is that dude talking on the mic?
It is me. How you doing?
Let me turn your stream off. I'd like to try to follow you at the same time.
Oh wow,
okay.
Thank you for the tip.
It is, yeah, you're part of our normal discourse for tonight, and we waited to review this. I understand what's happened now. Wick came over to me. I trained him in hosting and moderating a discourse. He's trying to do a bunch of things, and he came over to me terribly upset, and I had no idea what had happened, and this is what had happened. So I'm like, oh.
Interesting.
Oh, and he said, you are an expert in counter-extremism. I said, well, yeah. And he said, I think it's time we brought the experts on the panels. And I went, Wick, I've known you for a year and a half, and I trained you. You think?
That's funny.
And I went, sure. Next time you want somebody to actually talk about this, sure.
Because that's kind of the problem, is that like the whole
they hate
Twitch,
experts.
Yeah, and it's also just kind of like rife with like fash and crypto fash. So it's just like a really weird environment to operate in, especially when you have people who are just kind of oblivious to all that.
I think political Twitch, perhaps, but I'm not in political Twitch. So
right,
I came in with DJ Indian and Professor Twitch. I came in with Professor Neuro Fourier. So
okay,
that's just what I do. So I'm fine.
I'm also new to this. I'm relatively new to the space, at least to Twitch politics. I was like a fighting game streamer, and I used to stream some other stuff for
Be careful.
Yeah.
It can waste your time.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
I actually, before this happened, I was in the process of like pivoting away from Twitch politics and just doing YouTube essays. Thank you for the
Sure.
tip. And just having my content live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, like you said, a lot of the Twitch politics stuff is a massive waste of time. The
They're
stuff,
LARPing.
yeah, the stuff that needs the most to be platformed and discussed and seen is the stuff that everyone says is boring and doesn't get clicks and so on and so forth. But we'll platform people like Big Papa Fascist and, you know, all these other characters all day. And you're right, it is LARPing because people think that like
Mm-hmm.
they have
I
these
know.
they have these people on and they're like, look how psychotic or whatever they are, we're dunking on them, they look so silly. And it's like you haven't conceived for a second that they aren't saying and thinking the exact same thing on their end because you haven't offered them anything.
Well, that's peculiar to Twitch, which is entertainment.
Right.
Everything is gamified.
Yeah. Well, not even
Okay.
just Twitch, but like Twitch, YouTube, the whole content creation like
Sure.
sphere.
Sure. You have to monetize, right? So you have to gamify it. And if you can't do Destiny, then you have to be spicy and sensational and then yeah. But yeah, I'm a discourse expert, so I understand gamifying discourse. But I'm also an expert in counter extremism, and I conduct research, which means I'm the one that develops the assessment instruments and interventions. So I have to sit in front of everybody you just mentioned on that stream.
Interesting.
Personally. So I know and have sat and worked with them personally. Richard Spencer is a joke. I was an active, I was on the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally trial.
Right on.
With the defendant who founded the research organization that they commissioned me to research them as case subjects. So I had to prepare their legal filings, every one of them. I had to go through all the depositions. I had to look at all of it. I had to sit there and watch. I forgot Richard Spencer. There's another one that ended up as head of the NSM after Jeff Scoot left, who's absolutely out of his mind.
Was it Devin Celsier?
No, not Celsier. Oh my God, why can't I remember this guy? He was so out of control. He was like a monkey. He kept jumping up on the table. He thought he was Charles Manson. He defended himself. Richard Spencer, and I had to work with Richard Spencer when he came to my university, and I was assigned to him to escort him.
Yikes.
And my ultimate recommendation was, this man is seriously mentally ill. Please do not platform him, and I resign. I'm not dealing with this anymore. They canceled his speech.
Interesting.
I went, thank you, but I'm still resigning from that position. I'm not interested in it. Right? There is a reason why certain people aren't handed a platform. They're not interested in being heard. They're not interested in being listened to. They don't want to just get their story out. They're not in good faith. Richard Spencer is so desperate for a platform that he had to stoop so low as to go to a Twitch streamer.
Right,
because he thought he was Milo Myelopoulos, all right?
Right.
Richard Spencer is an infant. Richard Spencer cried like a baby and curled up and sucked his thumb when they had to haul him into court because he refused to show up because he said he was stressed out.
Then he got his ass kicked and cried about how people didn't protect him or octoroons and other weird shit like that. Yeah, the dude's
Richard Spencer is universally despised among all actual extremists, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously.
Now, the person that I work with is a best friend of Daryl Davis. He was also the national leader of the American Nazi Party for 27 years. This man, when he walked, genuinely walked. What Stardust is trying to do is what the documentarian Dia Khan actually did. She's a woman of color. She was attacked by racists when she was a child. She offered to do a documentary on the NSM during the Charlottesville rally itself. She sat with them, lived with them, cooked for them, did laundry for them, listened to them very carefully. They absolutely adored her. And her final question was to sit in front of the leader and the second in command and say, okay, immigrants have to go, brown people have to go, I'm a stain, I get it. And then she said, are you coming for me and my family next? Are you going to deport me too? And these men cracked like eggshells because they had to look her in the eye and say, and all of a sudden, it was a matter of months later when they collectively just went, this is fucking bullshit. It was too late because Charlottesville already happened.
Right.
But her sitting in front of them and going, humanizing herself as a Muslim woman of color, she did it by being human. She didn't do it by talking. She turned the cameras on, she asked questions, she listened. Then she made food, and she followed them around. They trusted her. She was fair, unbiased. They loved her. She's lovely. And
so she actually put herself in harm's way to do this work, to do this action.
She sat in front of someone who had just said 3 weeks earlier that all people of color are stains that have to be removed with bleach. And she went to the rally with them. She had to leave because it got so violent.
Right.
And by her humanizing herself and humanizing them, she caused the 27-year leader of the American Nazi Party to walk away permanently. She did that. And then his second in command, and then his third, and then 300 members all fucking walked. They put that shit away and they walked. I have to have them as case subject studies so I can tell you that they walked completely. They were so humiliated by having to look this beautiful young woman in the eye. And then they realized that this was total bullshit. She succeeded. Stardust cannot. Stardust should cover and invite Dia Khan and not Richard Spencer. That was a bad move. She fucked up.
I mean,
that's her shill.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say,
everybody hates me. Give me Bezos bucks. This is how she does it.
Yeah, for sure. Because I
really
agree.
Disgusted.
Yeah, it's
disappointed.
And it's not even like just because Richard Spencer is obviously egregious, but
he's
there's
mentally ill.
Right.
He's seriously mentally ill.
Oh yeah, but there's so many others that she does where she'll put people on panels and stuff like that, and it's just.
Listen. Should you make money by platforming the mentally ill? She won't even touch that argument.
That is an excellent question because I raised that same question about CTV on the Hippy Dippy and his alcoholism, but everyone attacked me and said that I was making fun of CTV for alcoholism, and no one wanted to answer the question as to whether or not they considered it ethical to be entertained and make money off of entertaining people using.
I have to tell you something. CTV is a friend of mine. He's also indigenous.
Interesting.
I can't stand the way they make money off of bringing him on and making him a public scapegoat. I actually told him, stop it. Just stop. You have your own community.
Interesting.
You have your own beliefs. Just stop it. It's disgusting.
Agreed.
I can't sit here and endorse you when you allow them to do this. Please, for God's sake, just stop. He did.
Right.
He was mad, but he stopped.
Well, Hippy Dippy?
He stopped letting them make a public mockery out of him. He changed his whole.
Oh, he stopped okay, because I know he
stopped letting them be. He stopped being the joke of the panel. He stopped doing that. But he still drinks heavy.
I was gonna say because so here's why that is weird to me is he got banned, right?
Yeah, but I still see him streaming. So did he shadow ban?
No. He took a 7-day ban for making a swastika out of pride flags, and
he's a hothead. I'm not gonna lie. I don't agree with barely a word he says, but that doesn't mean I can't treat him as a human being. Dude. Yeah. I don't promote him.
Yeah,
he treats me with extraordinary respect. His community is extraordinarily respectful. They don't have to be.
Right.
I will return what I get. But he will come to me and ask my advice. And I said, buddy, I really hate that you let them humiliate you like this. But do you, man?
Right. I think that it is like personally humiliating to have those kinds of opinions in general, but then yeah, he was on Hippy Dippy Tonight and the topic was like drag.
Oh no, see, you don't want him. Yeah, he's a buffoon
Well,
when he
that's what
talks
I'm
about
saying.
that.
That's what they do. That's the specific type of
That's
shit
what
that
they
they
do.
do. Yeah.
That's exactly. He's the class clown. Let's bring. It used to be. Oh God, what was that guy?
They had that dude
Dirtbag?
Fabian. They had Fabian Liberty on a Roe v. Wade
Fabian
panel.
Liberty, American Nacho. Before that, it was
Oh
another
God,
guy,
American
and then
Nacho.
it was CTV. Let's bring our favorite
Now it's Turk.
idiot,
That dude, the
idiot.
Turk or whatever.
Yeah, let's get our punching bag. Let's get our favorite conservative on the right and make an ass of him, and let's see if we can wind him up.
I don't
And
think if it's really even making an ass of him because they're all just screaming at each other and the moderation is so
that's true.
poor. Like that's because that was my initial
That's what
critique.
Dylan wants. He wants a boxing match. He has a title bout. It's his whole spiel. That's what he
Exactly.
wants.
It's called
Blood
it's
sport.
the whole wrestling thing, but then it also gets into the ethics of when you have people like me who don't know that it's supposed to be set up that way and come in there talking about topics like as sensitive and as important as like black liberation and abolition.
No, you can't do that there.
Right, yeah. I see. I didn't know that at first.
Uh-huh. If I had found you, I was gone for 3 months, but if I had found you, I would have given you the heads up. But
It
my
happens.
my discourse platform is truly unbiased. It's the only actual unbiased like pro talk show platform on Twitch that isn't
Right on.
a whole bunch of it's not like it's so hyper monetized. It's not like Destiny, Vosh, or Hassan Adi. It's never that's
Right.
not what it's for. However, when I brought Jeff Scoop himself to talk about the Charlottesville trial, and we debated the ethics of that trial, and it was 9,000 viewers piled in there, and we had a Native American man who jumped onto the panel because he used to be part of the Order and the Adam Waffen division.
Oh,
And
Jesus
you asked
Christ.
two things about Stardust that I think you might not understand and you might find hard to accept. Native Americans can be nationalists too. Of
Oh,
course.
I absolutely know this for sure.
When somebody is promoting nationalism, it doesn't matter
just really
who's
quick,
raised.
'cause
You
I was-
jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, for sure. Because I pass this truck on my way home every day that's mind blowing. One sticker is a giant sticker that says Native Pride, and then next to it is a giant Punisher skull with Trump's haircut on top of it.
Right.
And this is also what I was getting at when it comes to
too.
white supremacy. And I guess I should have more accurately used as anti-blackness is because like the only people who are generally not allowed to participate in anti-black or in white supremacy are black people. Like you could totally be because I actually brought that up in conversation.
There are black people.
Oh, there's black white
participating in
supremacists for sure.
several
Yeah,
groups.
yeah, for sure.
I have a young case subject. Here, I put myself on just so yes, I have a face.
Right on. I'll
Sorry.
That's all good.
We're co-streaming you too because this is fascinating. I'm so happy I
Oh,
met you.
Thank you.
You were
Likewise.
part of a Twitch Goodwill tour where we go and support new and small streamers every Friday. You were the last guy on the stop, and I bounced in and went, "Oh my God. Wow, how lucky. I've been wondering what the hell happened." And you happen to be anyway.
I
So
appreciate you.
yeah, thank you. What was I doing? Listen, I have a case subject study who had something I actually never really heard of before. He has racial dysmorphia. He's a young man raised in white culture. When he looked in the mirror, he actually saw himself as white. He overlaid whiteness onto himself in the mirror, and the whole horrible shock was he was a member of the base.
France Fanon, white black skin, white masks types vibes.
And one day he looked in the mirror, and to his horror, he saw himself and realized, "Oh my God, I'm black." I went, it's like transgender realization. I went, "What did you do?" He said, I think he had to, he ended up, he became hysterical, thought he was losing his mind, went into the ER. I think they sedated him. They had him in the psych ward for a minute. And then he came to terms with it all. Very young man, extraordinary young man. He was also continuously followed. Once he accepted himself as black and he left the extremist group, he then was continuously followed by white KKK members who would hang a noose over the side of the truck and follow him home. He had to call me on the phone. I was doing intervention so I could walk him home because they were following him, and he had the camera turned around so I could see them and their license plate as they get the license plate.
Wow.
So we had to call the police to get him home safely because they were going to lynch him.
Right.
They were going to lynch him.
That's so fucking gnar.
We got him out of there. I almost died. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
I called people. I was like, oh my God.
I've been in like the metal and punk scene and stuff. I've been in some pretty hairy situations, but I don't think I've ever been. I haven't come that close. The closest I've come, I feel like, was you know who the Wolves of Vinland are, I'm sure.
Wolves of Vinland?
So there is a neo-Nazi gang called the Wolves of Vinland that started off based.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I got it. Vinland.
Okay, Vinland. Yeah. Okay, so you do know them. Okay.
Yes.
I played in a band with a member and a prospect. So I actually met Paul Wagner.
Okay.
I was in the same room as before I knew who he was, and before I was really like cognizant and really dedicated into the whole anti-fascism thing. Because I have identified as an anarchist pretty much my whole life, but I didn't really get, because I was a metalhead, partier, drinker, whatever. I didn't really get into super active into politics beyond just like stealing stuff to feed my friends until that happened. So I was in the same room as Paul Wagner. I've been in proximity to Jason Tankersley because the dude that I played music with used to train at Exile with both Jason Tankersley and Rick Hart or Rick Indy or whatever.
Wow.
Like, yeah, I've had some pretty close calls, but I've never actually been in a situation where I'm like, fuck, these people are about to lynch me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Somebody doesn't like unbiased. I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, I was.
They think that unbiased means both sides. I reject the both sides argument ferociously. What I am is an indigenous domestic terrorist. Would you like to know what side I want to take? I was a member of the American Indian Movement. I was involved with everything from Alcatraz all the way up to Wounded Knee and on in the DAPL pipeline. I've been followed by the FBI for more than 20 years. I now have to work with them. So I'm one of them. A war chief becomes a peace chief when they realize that not even one life is worth losing. And so now I don't platform like that. I teach people civil discourse and conflict resolution by consensus. And I leave it up to them what they want to do.
Makes sense.
I don't vote because Native Americans don't have full rights to vote, and I will not do it until the Native American Voting Act is finally passed.
Based.
I'm also, my family's from Quebec. We're Acadian Cree. So I have two F's to give.
I feel it.
I am a wealth of knowledge, and I freely offer it. You do with it what you want.
I appreciate you.
If you don't mind talking to a domestic terrorist and a 10-year combat veteran about violence and hatred, then good. We're going to get along just fine. I'm also a musician and a couple other things, but I'm also all of that. I'm also autistic. I'm an idiot savant, and I'm too stupid to know how to form an opinion.
I feel it.
It's true, and that's how I am. But what my stream does is if you want to say something and you want a civil discourse, which means that, yes, you get your fair turn on the mic, I will not let people talk over you. I won't let people attack you. They can attack your argument. and you can download my brain on a USB drive. I think I can arrange for that. My other line of research happens to be in quantum computing. So give me a few years, and you might just have your wish. So I actually do that. I'm very most interested in your story. I'm a classical guitarist. I was also a music producer and a film producer.
Nice.
Television producer as well. I'm a performer as well. I've been trained since I was 4, so it doesn't matter. But I was a songwriter for BMI. That was cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, what I do is I try to train people in the art. Like we do discourse without pronouns. It's an experimental design I created. It's so that you can't weaponize your language against your opponent. But that's what Twitch pays for, right? I get that.
Oh, yeah, for
Those
sure.
people who want to learn how to get civil discourse, they come and they like the challenge. I also do a debate that makes the Royale look like a joke because I'm a classic debate trainer in South African world style debate. And it's fun and it's tense and it's excellent. And you can pay to have the speakers switch sides. If you want to donate if you like what you see, it's that kind of thing. And it's a great bunch of fun. It's called the Grand Prix or Circle of Iron debates. 2 enter, only 1 can leave. It's a great bunch of fun. It's really challenging. It's super challenging. It really helps you hone your ability to argue. If you can argue the point without attacking your opponent, you're going to come out smelling like a rose. I've had a difficult truth debate counterpoints, and without raising his voice or once using an ad hominem at all, counterpoints conceded the debate. He lost the debate.
Interesting.
It was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I went, damn. Counterpoints trained with me. He loved it.
I might check it out. Seems interesting.
I got to find the VOD for it, but I loved it. It was great, you know?
Hell yeah. I'm glad
Everybody, I don't care if you have bias. I have to look at your... I don't... If you have bias, of course you do. You have feelings, man. I mean, you're going to have for or against, correct? If you're feeling something, you're taking a stand.
True.
You know? Now, Indigenous, my band will call capitalism cannibalism, okay? Now, I used to be a YouTube streamer on a private channel from the UK. But to take a bias against it, not exactly. We have a word for it. We base that on an observation, and then we have to sit around and wonder, well, what the fuck do we do about it? We don't just go by our feelings. We learn. 500 years, we learned.
Right.
We don't quite. We're not at liberty to do that because your people who look like you, Cemetery, and people that look like my people, we populate most of the prisons in this country.
Right.
And why aren't we the same race by now? I don't know. But that's the truth.
Well, I mean, there's Black Indians. My family's from...
Sure.
Yeah.
My family were one of the first families in New Orleans to be classified as people of color, although I don't look like you. Okay? My people have never looked like you. They've never looked like a Lakota. We look very European. We don't care.
Right.
We were Acadian status, which is French status, not British or American. So we never... we didn't register. We didn't... join the union. We burned a lot of things to the ground. We were very angry people.
Yeah,
we're hunter gatherers. We tend to be brutal. We just shoot first, ask questions later. We're assholes. I'm not gonna lie.
My grandfather of my mother's side, his mother was a slave from one of the Creek, in Mississippi. Their last name was Green. Yeah, I found them on the Dawes Rolls. Or at least I tried to find them on the Dawes Rolls. Yeah.
You're from Mississippi.
I'm personally not from Mississippi. So my grandmother. Oh, this is my mother's side. My grandfather and my grandmother are both from Mississippi. My grandmother her family, she's the youngest of 10 kids. They ran away from the plantation that she was on because she was on the same plantation that her mother, her mother's father, her mother's father's father, all were enslaved on. And before that, and my grandfather was also from Mississippi, but they were from the Creek. And so
Formidable.
yeah, when they got married, by the time they had my mother, my mom said when she was maybe like 6 or 7, because she's the second oldest, I believe. They packed up and moved to Dayton, Ohio, as part of the like Great Black Migration. So I'm because my mom went to high school and stuff there. So I'm originally from Dayton, Ohio, but my family moved here
Wow.
to Baltimore when I was like 2. So I've spent my
Okay.
entire life, and like a piece of my soul is anchored in the Patapsco Valley.
Okay. I grew up on Catawba Reservation, South Carolina, surrounded by KKK as Cree
Yikes.
people. I went to school in congressional school in Washington, D.C. until they took me out in 6th grade for being too violent.
I can relate.
I spent the rest of my life down around New Orleans, and I served in the Mississippi. And yeah, I'm basically from the Deep South. And if I don't watch my accent, you would not be able to understand a word I was saying. And now I ended up going to Tucson for university. COVID drove me up to a family estate in Missouri. I tried to repair it, got blown apart by tornadoes. My friend at the organization brought me into Detroit. Now I'm in Detroit, trying to get back to Tucson, back to the reservation there. And my niece is with me. That's Cowpoker Minnie. And
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I've never been to Detroit. I was in Detroit very briefly back in like 2008, 2007, maybe.
Yeah, I don't want to be here. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some kind of racial dynamic here. I'm incredibly uncomfortable with it. I grew up entirely with people of color. When I had to go to university and it was mostly white people, I actually went into culture shock, and I had a big autistic shutdown, and I went home and cried to my mama, and I wouldn't talk for 3 weeks. I didn't know what was happening, and I felt like an idiot. They solicited me to go to university as a native linguist, which is one of my degrees and my skill.
That's really cool.
And they waived my tuition because I had to teach. I had to teach them. I was one of only 5.
Wow.
And I learned virtually nothing from them, and sold my dissertation off to Raytheon instead. And although I am an empirical researcher, independent, I do not work in academia per se. You can commission me to do independent research for you. And I did not want to me about being Indian. I'm not in your books. Don't
I
nobody
feel
know
that.
nothing about my people. And
Right.
they can't read French anyway, so fuck them.
Right.
We don't need all that.
My stream just reset, but it's okay.
So sorry for the cursing. I usually don't. But that's how I feel about it.
I
There's a
curse.
little bit of my perspective. It's just like I am not gonna learn too much from historical texts. You know.
I feel that. I definitely feel that.
There are some though. When we have actual transcriptions, yes. There are certain writers, Vina Deloria, who's such an excellent writer, and Scott Momaday, Ceremony by I can't remember the author. Some of these writers are just so excellent. That it doesn't matter what they're just excellent storytellers. And yeah, we'll read this. When we have very, very good collections of traditional stories, we're knowledge seekers. You know, we're sort of naturalists.
Right.
Epistemology is vital to us. Understanding things, knowing how things are related by their reactions to each other is just the way we live our lives. That's how we understand our environments and each other. If we're traditional, it's more a philosophy, not a religion. And it's a way of life, more importantly. And so this is sort of how we're groomed to think and to see things. So, you know, like natural scientists, you know.
Right.
Well, so we seldom give you the answer you want. We're going to give you what we see is the, you know, and that's why we don't like experts, man. You take too long, you bring too much weight at the table, and actually you're right, and we hate that. And I'm like, I get it. Right. When you want to know something, come ask me anything. I will give you what I know.
Definitely.
In a self-referential anecdote, I am the authority of my knowledge. I'll happily share it with you, but I'm not going to interpret it for you, and I'm not going to tell you what to think. That's your job. I'm also a journalist, so guess what? Same thing. You know? So,
I'm
anyway.
trying to get into that now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just learning how and what questions to ask.
You know, I do this every month as I take my official journal Twitter feed and I invite my chat to help me prune it. And I go, should I keep this or should I dump it? What is it? And you have a chance to argue me into keeping it or deleting it or blocking it. Because I get people that will post constantly on that feed hoping I'll pick it up and quote it. And 9 times out of 10, that doesn't happen. And I was just trying to sort of educate them a little bit on what that sort of objective reporting is supposed to actually look like. And they were a little surprised at the things that I was taking into consideration in order to make a decision. And I said, one thing that is great is when you're down there in the streets and you get that shot, that one shot, it captures it all happening at the same time. And you just put it out there like a meme for people to crack open. And what you want to do is stimulate all the discourse. All of it. It's hard, but you really want to get that one perspective, that microcosm of here it all is happening, and throw it out there and leave it on the table for them. Just say what it is. The picture speaks louder than the headline. Say what it is, all right? And it's not you with the questions. That's an interviewer. I hate interviewers. I'm an expert interviewer. But it's that one angle that's going to generate all the questions in the discourse. Journalism believes itself to be, the debate is the backbone of democracy, truth to power. They believe their responsibility is to get people into discourse. And they have to be very strategic about that. If they want to just spicy take and lean on only one side, fine. Where's the counterpoint? But why are you making me do all your work? Why couldn't you get it all?
True.
So you walked in the door taking sides. I'm already the bias. When I say bias, that's extreme. And I'm like, I can't endorse this.
Yeah.
And I hate it when they one side everything. And I hate when they both sides anything. And I know when an extremist hasn't left extremism, when they take up a both sides argument, I call them on their bullshit and I go, dude, change your trajectory right now.
Right.
And I did that with Jeff Scoop. I said, this is honestly, here's the perspective. You're missing it. I said, consider these things at least and let me know what you want to say. He changed and he escaped that whole thing. And he had made a commentary on some issue. It was so fucking good and on point. I was so proud of him. And he went, I didn't think about that until you told me about that, but I trust your instincts. And I said, you nailed it. He really cracked open a really tense, thick-ass issue, and he freaking nailed it. All of a sudden, people were willing to talk to him because it's, who the hell wants to platform an ex-neo-Nazi? Who gives a shit about these people, right?
Right.
Who cares? His own people say you're a traitor. Anyone else wants to kill him? And all of a sudden, it was people went, that's a fresh perspective, and it's coming out of your mouth. Could you come and talk a minute? We want to ask you some questions. He said, certainly. Now, somehow this guy manages to be the nicest person you've ever met, which is horrible to try to deal with. I can't get my head around him sometimes. He's an enigma. But by and large, he's considered legit. His own people hate his guts. I think that's a good sign. He doesn't care. He's also one of the toughest men I've ever met. And I'm like, Is that Joe Lewis or Joe Lewis?
Joe Lewis.
Is that my Joe Lewis?
That's JoJo. That's Duma.
Okay. Hi, Joe Lewis.
Duma Damu.
Who left my Discord server and never speaks to me. How are you doing? I miss you. Oh yeah, you haven't seen me in a minute. It's because you left my Discord. I was gone for 3 months. I ended up with hell and COVID, and I'm back.
Nice.
No, his opinions are he broke in front of Diakon. He broke. Um, his shame is so deep in his marrow. I just gonna say he remains an enigma. Even as a case subject study, he doesn't match anything in all the 300 subjects. He matches no one. He doesn't measure up against. He doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's no. He matches. He breaks the model.
Yo, what up, Justy?
Just the Belmont. So,
Yes.
Daryl has agreed to come on the stream, and I said, people just want to talk to you. Now, normally he does this whole thing, opens up the closet, shows the robes. I said, we've seen a lot of that. I said, would you mind just having a conversation?
Yeah, like that's cool and everything, and that gets everyone's
He
attention.
said yes.
But awesome.
He
awesome.
said yes. I
Sick.
need to carefully have people on panels that are not going to waste his time. He
Yeah.
has limited time. We are actually cohorts. We actually work together. I actually train him as well.
Nice.
In the instrument that we're using in an intervention. He's committed 100%. He is Jeff Scoop's, one of Jeff Scoop's best friends. He can talk all about it. And his time is super valuable that he gives me any of it. I don't waste his time. I'm just asking, please respect his time.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
He seldom gets a chance to just talk. He's too famous.
Right.
Okay. So, what's your interest in him? What would you like to talk to him about? Because I'll happily invite you.
I wanted to just kind of get his insight on like, just because there's, I'm sure you've seen it, but like there's this whole discourse about platforming, right? And people who just really want to talk to these people, these like neo-Nazis and so on and so forth on the platform. And like, he's the guy that they bring up every time. And
He's
that's
one of the most famous. True.
Right. So
we have echo. Is that coming from me, guys, or is it something I can fix?
echo.
They're saying in chat there's an echo.
Yeah. I guess they got
Is that
it.
my fault? You got it. Okay, thank you.
It's
Mistress
fixed, okay.
April, hello. How are you? I'm sorry. As streamers, we're assholes. We just talked to your chat. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. How rude. Christ, you didn't even say anything to me about it. Oh my God.
You
That's
don't know what a
embarrassing.
lesbian is, Joe? I very much doubt that.
All right.
I bet you've seen
I
a
am
few.
so sorry. You want to just ask?
But yeah, I wanted to just ask him
Fantastic.
how he feels about the, like, if he thinks that's effective, or really what the move should do for people who do want to do that type of outreach or that type of journalism. Is it actually, does it mean anything to just let these people talk, even if you challenge them in public, if you're not going to offer them anything? Or
How do you responsibly invite that kind of discussion? True.
right.
We have to talk about that in our organizational meetings constantly. All of us stream or produce podcasts. So yeah, this is a constant. Okay. What's best with him is when you ask him to go ahead and tell you stories about things, and his anecdotes are so marvelous.
Oh, I'm sure.
And oh yeah, he loves to share his stories. And he'll give you his advice and his opinion. He's just again, this guy is just, God, he's amazing. He's just you love him, You just love him.
Right on.
You want to be his best friend.
He seems like he just has that energy that radiates from me. He reminds me a lot of my stepfather, but just like a big, just like jolly dude.
Not to mention a phenomenal musician. People almost always forget.
Joe Lewis says, I have a concern around de-radicalization as mainstream normies approach it, is that people treat that rehabilitation as something that anyone can just enter into, and that level of emotional commitment is a lot. Yes, it is.
Wow, where did you get that?
In my chat. If you scroll
Oh,
down, it might
crap.
be late.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm looking at the wrong chat. What an idiot. I told you I was an idiot, Savant. I'm mostly idiot. I'm
I
so
feel
sorry.
it. I feel it. I have ADHD.
De-radicalization as mainstream normie. I'm not sure how okay, I get it. Is that people treat that rehabilitation as something that anyone can just okay, I have to do the interventions. Most of you who why am I talking to people who don't even fucking know me? If you come see this stream, there's a young man who's going to shock the piss out of you. This is the first time you're going to meet an extremist who de-radicalized, so to speak. His shit is thick and deep.
Awesome. Because this is what I keep
Now,
asking for.
this young man is from gangland, buddy. He's from Shigeto. He is gangland and
Chirac.
worked with the Sinaloa.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So, and he's also a martial artist. He will talk about violence. He will talk about de-radicalization. I have an active intervention with him. I'm also a martial weaponist, former martial weaponist. We share a lot of philosophy together. He called me in distress in a crisis. He was going back into it because he saw something on a documentary, and he called me. Thank God. And I said, buddy, this is how I do it. Okay, combat veteran and American Indian movement. This is how I do it. I use my martial weapons philosophy. And he took my advice. He checked in today. He's fine. He came out of it. That is not always the case. Another intervention I was working with, the leader and founder of the state prison skinhead gang in Trenton State University, Trenton State Prison. I warned him that the one thing that was going to trigger him is if somebody threatened his family. That happened. He called me from jail. That's fine. Okay, so right. And so I'm asking him, would he agree to come on stream and just talk about violence? Not preach, just talk.
Right.
He said yes. He'll do it. So you'll meet him.
That's really cool.
Ask him about his stories. It'll make you throw up. It's great. It's fantastic stuff. The best thing is to face some shit that makes you puke it, and you're like, dude, that was real.
I was gonna say, yeah, my mother is still, but my stepfather, he passed away, but they were both morticians, so.
Oh, you know, I was once interested in doing that.
Me too, but it was more of like a path of least resistance thing for me, so I never ended up actually following through on it. Especially
What did you actually? What's your trajectory now in terms of your career, your professional? What do you pursue right now?
Kind of right now, I kind of want to do content creation because.
Great.
So.
Get your affiliate back so I can throw biddies and subscribe. I don't have PayPal set up to donate, so dude, put the thing, ring the bell. What are you doing? Get the bell back.
It was a ethical consideration for me because I didn't.
Really? You don't think you're worth supporting?
No, I think I'm worth supporting. Absolutely, it's just that I didn't want to.
I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I didn't want to support but at the same time, people keep saying I got to eat and stuff, so I've been reconsidering my position on it. But
look at the shoddy content producers, content creators that are making bank.
Yeah, people are partnering.
Absolute garbage. Look at that. All right, you don't have to compete with them. You don't have to go orbit destiny. You can just do your thing. Before I had to relocate, I was able to file taxes. I had a livable wage from my little tiny little stream. I have a small, extremely strong community, and I was able to do that. And even I was surprised at it because I never paid attention to it. People liked what I was teaching them. I was teaching them skills which they could take away, and they loved that, and they supported it. And I was actually able to file taxes. I had a livable wage. It was perfectly fine.
If
There's
so,
nothing wrong with
have a
that.
good
I'm
night,
an
Joe.
educator. You would pay tuition to come to one of my classes. I feel it like it's the same.
That's kind of like I'm a storyteller, so like
Me too.
the story I want to tell right now is I really because I'm from Baltimore and I'm on the
Ooh.
Black liberation kick and just all these different things at once. So I really want to talk about the B&O Railroad and how that kind of invented
Wow.
the black middle class in America.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's really the place I grew up is a town called Relay. That's why I have the Baltimore County flag behind me because I just that history the story just of that flag is cool. That's probably going to be the first video I try to do this weekend. But Relay is called Relay because it the first trains were drawn by a horse, and they would switch the horses out at those relays. So that was one of the first major like train junctions in the country. Abraham Lincoln stopped there before he gave the Gettysburg Address. It was a crucial position in Civil War. Fort Dix was there at a spot called the Relay House, which was the hotel on the second oldest stone bridge in America. That is still actively used for CSX, like for freight, for trains. Excuse me. It's called the Thomas Viaduct. It was built in 1835, 5 years after the Nat Turner Rebellion.
Right. Holy shit. Wow.
Yeah. And it's part of the kind of the theme that I wanted to talk about in the videos is like these things that man can create that last for generations that might not require a whole lot of maintenance and you might not even be thinking about, but they're used in the exact same way as the day that they were built, kind of referencing white supremacy a little bit. And but coming
monolithic things.
Right, yeah, right.
Iconic monoliths, sure.
Yeah, and just
some bridges were built to last.
Right, yeah. And the street that I lived on, the street that I grew up on as a kid, was Rolling Road. It was the street that it was the path that the slaves used to take to roll barrels from the train station to the harbor. And yeah, it's just it's such a weird because trains, you know, as like a left-leaning anarchist, communist, whatever, I fucking love trains, and trains
really
are kind of like the foundation of industrialization of America, and through that, black people were able to earn at least something above the conditions they were in before.
Sure, it benefited you and it devastated us.
Oh, trains? Oh, absolutely, for sure.
Yeah.
The Chinese community as well.
Chinese community as well. The way they were treated is so unforgivable.
Right.
That's the other sort of
just what they did to the land is like, yeah, it's pretty.
It was the removal of things in order,
right,
to lay the rails down.
And the ties and stuff, yeah.
And so many broken backs, and then to discard those people like they were worthless and made them live in caves and concentration camps. Jesus.
Yeah.
It's disgusting. There's a history museum in Hattiesburg for Asian railroad workers.
Really?
And,
That's
it also talks about the concentration camps and things.
There's a B&O railroad. There's a museum of industry here, and there's a B&O railroad museum here. I've been to, I've
Monopoly. It's so awesome. Okay.
Right. I've been to the Museum of Industry. It was a field trip I went on when I was in like third grade, but it was boring because it wasn't the aquarium, and the Baltimore Aquarium is like one of the best aquariums in the world. So
I get it.
When you're spoiled as like a first grade, second grade kid, and your first field trip ever is to the aquarium, you're like nothing can compare, except for maybe the Smithsonian.
Yes, I was going to say the aquarium and the dinosaurs, and that's it.
Yeah,
You've lost me on anything else.
Right. But I want to revisit that just to get that knowledge and also kind of rekindle that experience. But I've never been to the B&O Railroad. I went to the Reginald F. Lewis museum. I think that was my first like fundraiser on the stream.
Okay.
For my birthday last year, either last year or the year before, I did a fundraiser for the Reginald F. Lewis Museum of African American History in Baltimore here. They talk about like Frederick Douglass and Fells Point and all that stuff.
Wow.
I raised like $100.
Okay.
And I think last year I talked about the Battle of Blair Mountain on my birthday, because my birthday is on the anniversary of the Battle of Blair Mountain, and last year was the 100th anniversary of it. So,
Do you know anything about Harper's Ferry?
a little bit, not a whole lot. Like, I'm familiar with the name, but I don't know the entire history. That's something else I'm probably gonna dedicate time to learning about.
That's part of that whole epoch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Wow, that's awesome. I really enjoyed. I wondered why you were doing this. I see content producers doing this. You had a talk with whatever her name was. She was doing poorly, very poorly. You won. I wondered why you revisited it. It almost sounded like you were still defending yourself when you clearly won. And I have to ask you why you felt compelled to defend yourself when
Twitter.
you did it.
Just Twitter. Just people.
Twitter, yes, it went down something bad, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. So yeah,
All right.
Yeah, it's
You
just
did not need to defend yourself. You could have let it just happen and go the way it was. She was not doing well.
I appreciate you. And in retrospect, I probably didn't need to. Yeah, you're right. But
I'm sure you might have. I just did have to ask. I wondered why.
Yeah.
I know that Demon Mama will do that, for instance. And I wondered what made you feel like, and it's Twitter. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was bad enough that Wick came to me and said, I think we better have you next time we talk about extremism. And I said, careful what you wish for, because I have no patience.
Yeah, people were coping pretty hard. People were calling me a LARPer because I don't know if you knew that story or heard about that. So
tell me.
I am I told you I played music. I'm in the punk scene, I'm in the metal scene. I was in the band with Neo-Nazi. During that same period of time or similar period of time, like within a couple of years, I worked at the pre-fest party for a festival here, and there was someone who had an Operation Werewolf patch on.
Right.
And they
I know what you mean.
Yeah. And cool. You don't understand how refreshing it is to talk to someone who actually knows what I'm talking about.
I know what you mean there too.
But he also, you probably might not know this. There's a band called Goat Moon, which is like, there's a genre.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. Oh my fucking God. I love you so much right now. He had a Goat
EJ.
Moon.
It's because it's through EJ. It's my Shaggy Talent boy. Yeah. We get it. Go ahead.
Yeah. He had a Goat Moon bottom rocker patch on his cut, and he had a Operation Werewolf patch on the front.
So he's a patch whore. Okay,
yeah, right. So obviously he's, at the very least, if he's not like a patched in member of the Wolves, he at least supports the shit. So we told him, because we took it the way that, we did risk assessment, right? We took it to its extreme. We considered him flying colors in the bar. We told him, take the cut off or leave. And he raised a fuss about it. So him and everyone.
Of course he did.
Right. And they're saying that I'm LARPing because I call that anti-fascism.
That's a little confused and trifling.
Isn't it though?
Fuck. You see the shit you get into when you're involved in any way, shape, or form.
This is what I'm
see what
saying.
happens?
Like, yeah,
it's
this
just
is
like being on Twitch.
Yeah, this is
just
why
like being on Twitch. You just get the shit from everybody. Yeah, you can't do anything right.
Yeah,
God.
I'm trying to just focus more on telling the stories I want to tell.
Who in that group enforced those rules? Because somebody has to enforce the optics rules. That's the way that game goes.
Right.
All right. Optics are everything. You have to enforce it. Who's your enforcer? You didn't have one.
Exactly.
Okay, that's why that went out. That's
Because
why that
yeah,
happened.
I don't, because I'm so small. You know what I mean? Compared to people like if I say a thing, no matter how accurate it is, because like people like Dylan or like Stardust or whatever, they
Dylan
have
Burns.
yeah, they have like hundreds, if not thousands, of followers. Like,
because they all orbit destiny.
I mean, yeah.
And they do things like air all their dirty laundry online, and they're shameless. And I guess that's what it takes.
I mean, that's what Dylan Burns did to me. I did a hot mic video where I talked about how much all those people suck, and I took it down, but he put it on YouTube for like.
Oh yeah, don't ever give him a thing. He refuses to. He and she have summarily ignored me since day one. I was here before when Dylan first came, and he
I wonder why.
utterly dismissed me, and I went, okay, I don't care because I don't need you.
Right.
So,
that's kind of how I've been feeling about the whole situation. Just like the community that I've assembled and the communities from other people that have come to support me is
small but fierce.
Yes.
You have 1.5K. Not bad.
Thank you.
Yeah. How about that? Now you got to know some people do hate watch. That's true.
Oh, of course.
I have one very seriously mentally ill, supposedly indigenous person that just won't leave social media.
Oh yeah.
She slanders and defames me on a daily basis, and we just all have to sit up there and go.
That's kind of how this dude Ellen Degenerate is with my platform. Is this other he is black, but he is light skinned. He has like white family members.
And so he gets all that shit,
right? And so when because the reason why my eyebrow got raised at him is because the only time I ever see him, or the only time I ever see him critiquing something, it's him critiquing black people shit. So
he's probably mad at being called shit like high yellow or something.
Exactly. Yep. So it's one of those weird things where it's like, if you're upset that you're not black enough, then like you should probably deal with the white supremacy. You know what I mean? Because
it's a bad place to be in. Look at me. I look very European.
Yeah.
My whole people, we've always looked this way.
Right.
That's why the French actually liked us.
Right.
They found us incredibly attractive, and I'm like, yeah, but we handed your shit back and told you to fuck off.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's
probably not mutual.
Yeah, that's probably why you guys went nuts on them. You know what I mean? Because it's like
that's why we survived and no one else around us did.
Right.
We're assholes, and we're like. But you get one little white ancestor in somewhere, and you're not authentically anything. I'm like, who the fuck are you to tell me who I am? What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah,
isn't it just as racist to say you don't look Indian enough?
Yeah.
Or you don't look black enough? Is that not race based? Is that not based on visible traits? Is that not the same thing? I don't. Is it? Yeah,
it's definitely a cultural thing.
Here's the answer. It's the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's definitely a cultural thing.
Two black, you got bougie, you got Gitchy, you know what I mean. And then you have, but New Orleans, man, we have Creole, and these sort of blending is considered absolute beauty. You can't deny it. And of those ladies, my God, they were stunning.
Sheesh.
You drool your ass off over Halle Berry.
My dad used to live in New Orleans for a little bit. I didn't spend a whole lot of time there, but I checked it out for maybe like a week, 2 weeks total time.
I went to Katrina and I can't go back. It was all.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I knew it the way it was. I lost my state. It was horrible.
Damn.
We pride ourselves on that Creole syncresis, that syncretic thing. And I guess people don't know a lot about that either.
Yeah, it's something I started learning about just because I got into, I'm like a pseudo spiritualist. I got into trying to learn about voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yeah.
Okay. Our family is part of our traditions as well.
Mm,
And yeah, I know.
that's pretty cool.
It's very similar to where, you commune with your ancestors daily, so that it's perfectly in alignment with how we
Right.
do things.
And there was stuff that I already did that was just kind of stuff you get from your ancestors. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I wanted to go deeper into it.
You should. I would encourage you to do so. It's rich,
Yeah.
We could do with a few more Orishas. Anyway, we need the help, okay? We need the guidance, Not gonna hurt you.
I feel it. Speaking of New Orleans, I'm gonna play a little Hunt Showdown. I don't know if you've heard of that game.
Oh, go ahead.
It takes place in New Orleans. It's really cool.
Okay.
It's a really cool vibe. It's like there's this like evil like oil that's just like pure concentrated evil, I guess.
Oh yeah, the skin of evil. Okay.
Yeah, and so it creates like zombies and
Mhm.
monsters in the world in New Orleans. And
That sounds right.
yeah.
They have a death fetish going on down there. It's kind of bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel it. But yeah, the game is really cool because it just has the bayou vibe. You know what I mean? You're
Oh, okay.
trudging through the swamp trying to kill each other. It's really cool.
Let me see if it does. I can tell you.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I'll put it on if Fade Runner is in here. If you're still watching, we'll be playing for probably a minute. I don't know if
Let me just take a look at it at least.
Yeah,
I'll give you my impression of it. Ooh, look at that backdrop.
Thank you. I'll boot it up and play it for a split second.
Okay. I can't play, but I
You got
can
bored of
watch.
zombies? I got bored of so zombies were like there was a period of time where zombies were my favorite because I got hooked on zombies from Tom Savini's remake of George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead.
Holy shit.
It was just insanely scary. I hadn't experienced like claustrophobic vibes like that in a movie before. Like I'd seen
Right.
Pumpkinhead, because Pumpkinhead's one of my favorite and is one of the movies that traumatized me really bad when I was a kid. But
True.
they were still like running around outside and stuff in Pumpkinhead. Like I had never experienced a movie that had the straight just claustrophobic vibes of being trapped in a house that's being sieged by zombies. And then after that, Shaun of the Dead came out, I think it was. And I didn't get to see that in theaters, even though I really wanted to see it. But Dawn of the Dead, Zack Snyder's Dawn of the Dead remake came out. And that was one of the craziest movies I'd seen. And I was just completely hooked at that point. And then George A. Romero made Land of the Dead, and that's still one of my favorite zombie movies of all time. I think that might actually be George A. Romero's best. I kind of want to run through all of them from Night to Survival just to see how I feel, to reassure that. But Land of the Dead, at least the nostalgia that surrounds it, it makes it my favorite. My dad, I went out to Chicago to see my dad. The movie had just come out. We went to Movie Co. And yeah, it was just dope. And I remember how mad the audience was because somebody, when the credits rolled, like, what the fuck? We supposed to feel sorry for the zombies now? Because they like didn't get the war in Afghanistan or war in Iraq like social commentary. Which was kind of awkward, you know what I mean? You're trying to the zombies are representing jihadists.
Do you read?
I do.
All right, I published a book. It is a satire of a zombie apocalypse from an indigenous and African perspective.
Nice. Did you
And if
see
you'd like,
Blood Climb?
I will email you a free EPUB version of the book if you'd like to read it.
Yes, please.
Okay. It was very well reviewed by Kirkus. COVID hit and we couldn't promote it, but it's up there on Amazon. But I'll send you the free copy.
Thank you.
It's
These are
unique.
The character models that you can play as, all people in this game look really unique. It takes place after the Civil War also. I don't know if I mentioned that. It's New Orleans. So, like World War I, post-antebellum New Orleans.
Perfect. I guess I gotta send you a friend request. Here, I'll turn my video on. How do I do that? I'm in your server. Can I invite to add friend?
I can send you a
Add
friend request
friend.
really quick while I'm.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. While I'm waiting to get in the game anyway, because this game takes a little while to load you in the game sometimes.
Oh, a friend just broke up their 3-year-long relationship.
Oh,
There's
sorry to
2
hear
in a
that.
row. 2 in a row. What's going on? There's not enough love in the world. What the fuck is going on?
So I had a relationship I was in. We dated for like 2 years, but they were my best friends, so we stayed best friends for like 3 years after. And they recently stopped speaking to me because they like still had really strong feelings for me that they had to work through. And it's funny because like not long after that happened, I hadn't read my tarot cards in a while.
Hey, tarot. I'm happy to read your tarot cards.
Please do.
I've been reading since I was 9 years old.
Nice.
In a tradition. Okay.
Nice. I had a friend that was reading. I had a friend that came to a party, was reading oracle cards, and I got the 3 of Swords, and then a week later, Maddie Cakes was doing readings live on stream when I rated her, so she did one for me, and I got the 3 of Swords again.
Yeah, I know what that means.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to do your tarot. I do a full tarot. And
I'm joining your
palm. I
server
think it's
now
your
for
palms.
sure.
Yeah, sure. You have to go to the welcome channel. You have to go to the top, click the yellow emote with glasses, and get verified.
Yep.
Let me see if I can find you though. Yeah, I've got even a voice chat for doing that. Sure, I'd love to do that. Let me see if I can find you. Take care of it. Where are you? Oh, wait a minute. Let's see if you found it. I love Discord, but oh, what a pain in the butt. There you
Yeah,
go.
it really is.
I see you. Okay, it takes you a minute to show up, and then everybody has roles on my Discord because we got bombed. So,
okay,
with extremists naturally who hated my guts, and that's fine.
Of course, that's the one
Yeah,
thing
it didn't work. It got turned in. We helped bust. We got them, believe it or not.
Nice.
And I went, I'm surprised, but these were some heavy duty guys from the Netherlands.
Oh wow.
And we got them. And I was amazed. Okay, you have the roles now. So there you go. You can bounce into my voice chat anytime we... Uh-oh, and we got one of the... Uh-oh, this person I was telling you about that is
The hate
constantly
watcher.
harassing me.
Oh, sheesh. Yeah, I don't have... Because I'm so... I have Posada Bot, but aside from that, for all of us, like, all of my moderation is so quick with the ban hammer. I'm quick, Fade Runner, like, everybody in here will ban people, like, second comment, just because I want to engage everyone in good faith, and, like, sometimes... like specifically about the conversation about like abolition, where people are like, do you really believe in prison abolition? What would happen if someone like raped your wife and killed your kids or whatever? And that type of stuff, it's like really hard to tell when people are being serious and when they're just like memeing.
Right.
So
right.
And I can be a bit mercurial sometimes, so I'm trying to be better about not immediately banning people. But but yeah,
I have resorted to just be like, yeah, ban, fuck it, I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I feel it.
I've been two years of good faith and tremendous patience, and I'm like, you know what? You're upsetting my community. Could you just bye, Felicia, bye. Okay, so all right, that person that was this other indigenous person that was harassing me and slandering me so bad has just been locked out of Twitter. So this was pretty bad.
Oh wow.
Very
he's
bad.
Mad. Yeah, he's upset.
It's a she.
She? I'm sorry. Gender.
Yeah.
Mercurial is a positive trait. That's fair. All right, I'm in the game now, and this is kind of what everything looks like. Let me go see if I can go to like there's like mangroves and stuff. It's pretty cool. It definitely gives like early 20th century NOLA vibes.
Well, let me take a look at that. I would probably know. Where am I sitting? Where are you at? I hate that. I leave a Discord and I'm like, I can't find you. Okay. Stupid. Let me take a look at it. Where are you at? There you are. Okay.
So that's just kind of
okay.
I'm on a farm. So the object of the game is you got these clues that you have to collect. In the regular game, there's alright, so I'm gonna have to fight now because someone's over there.
Someone's over there.
I'm gonna wait and ambush them here. Let me turn my headphones up so I can hear their
Pork,
feet.
yep. Pork farm, yeah, hog farm, yeah. Pork, abattoir. Slaughter. Salter's pork, okay. Hey,
I think these are fictional places, but just the aesthetic of the. Where is the clue? Get another gun before I get into this gunfight. Oh, he's dead.
You just passed him, and there's a dead horse. There you go. Oh.
He tried his best. And then I loot him, and then I take his gun.
Oh, look at the boots. Wow. Another one.
There we go. This is like the evil that like comes through the ground into our dimension from wherever it comes from, and is creating like all the monsters and stuff like that.
And you have to close the oil spill or whatever. They have the trees, right? They have the landscape, right?
Yeah. The dark side is you like close your eyes. In the game lore, you can close your eyes and see like the lights flickering around where the oil is in the ground.
Those dry, gray roads.
There's more people.
He's trying to can't take his power source, it looks like.
This
Can we jump? Ooh, they're all torn up. Ooh, oil's all over.
That was a hive, which is I didn't know I got rid of my shotgun. I wish I hadn't done that. But the hive like grows inside them and like splits them open from their torso, so they're like paralyzed.
Right.
And the hive is controlling their legs.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna lose this game, but
I don't know, you're doing okay. Just make sure you close the rifts.
yeah.
They can't access no kind of power source. Good evening and death to America. How's the stream going? Well, so far he's still alive, right? That's good.
I'm either going to I'm probably gonna get killed in the gunfight. Because this is like a BR style, so it's a race to close 4 rifts, and the first person to close 4 rifts opens something called the Wellspring. There's another person here. And it basically cleanses your soul, because if the time runs out and you don't have the Wellspring, I thought that was a zombie person. You're like damned. You become a zombie.
You got 2 more. I think you passed them by.
I can hear the dogs barking. He might have passed me.
Here's one. So the blue glow is one of them, but those sparklies, there's one. You got 3. Where's the 4th one?
I can get the closest one
There
that
it
I
is.
can get is that this away.
So you have to close 4, so you just need 1 more, right?
Yep. When I play the main game with other people, you have to get 3, and they show you where the boss compound is. and it's usually if you go in a building like that one there, it'll be like a spider made out of dead bodies, or like a giant like ogre with a butcher knife, or like a giant.
Did you run past rift number 4?
Nah, someone else got the 4th rift, so now I have to kill that person.
Come dank me and get him. Yeah.
Yeah, so there he is. So I gotta go get him. I'm gonna heal up before I do that, though.
What's that? Lightning. Oh, it's actually lightning.
Yeah, that's when you get the wellspring. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
There's someone here.
That's
Sorry, I have to
frustrating.
be quiet so I can hear them.
Okay.
They're being mad loud up there, too. Let's shoot this lady.
In a video. God, what's that?
Ah,
They're hurting the horse. Fuckers.
she's dead.
Ooh, not in the swamp. Don't go in the swamp. Nutri is a bitch.
There's an enemy called, oh, here they are. I was just about to say, there's an enemy called water devils,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they hurt really bad. I just wanted to show them to you. But yeah,
Oh, okay.
they are not fun. I
Yeah,
kind of
nothing in the swamps is fun. Ugh. Ew, I know.
Let's loot them. What did you have on you, friend? Nothing. Nothing. There's this guy. There he is. I'm getting close to him. I'll be able to see his like aura in the dark sight when I get close enough to him. Oh my god, the dogs! Oh, and there's more. Let's go this way. Yep, there he is. I can see him now. So he's in this building. I'm probably gonna wait till someone else tries to rush him before I third party. There might be no more people left in the map, though. We'll see. Because I already killed 2 people. He's probably already heard me.
There you go. Walk over the logs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if I'm gonna start creeping now.
Creep.
Oh my god, that scared me.
Ooh,
But
what's
nice
that?
shot.
Hey man, nice shot. Oh,
But that's the game, yeah.
okay. It smells like old Norms. And they got the swamp exactly that color green. Perfect.
Yeah.
Right on. I'll have to come watch you play. Hi, Moku. I'd have to come watch you play this somewhere. I'll just be like, oh, memories. Yeah, Bayou.
Right on.
Wow, Bayou is really beautiful.
For sure. I think I'm gonna raid out now. I'm pretty sure. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm gonna raid out. Tofu Ghost is live. I'm gonna raid Tofu Ghost. I haven't raided Tofu Ghost in a minute.
I'm streaming live. If you
Are you?
people
Oh
wanna-
yeah. I
if
can.
you would care to continue a combo.
Hell yeah.
If not, you know, it's up to you all.
Did I? I don't know if I followed you. Let me go ahead and follow you, and then I'll raid you.
I'm following you. Sure, you can. If you care to continue the convo, I'm happy to stay up.
Hell yeah. I will. I just followed you. I'll raid into you, and I'm probably gonna
Cool.
crash. But it was nice to meet you. It was cool
Hey,
talking to you.
very good to meet you. I'll keep you I'll keep you posted on Daryl.
Oh, thank
I'll
you. I
be
appreciate
talking
you.
to him, I'll talk to him. It could be Sunday or Wednesday or Thursday.
Cool.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you too. Really do. I'm very happy you're the last person on the tour, and I couldn't be more pleased. That was a good call.
Thank you. But
Okay.
all right, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
Shout out to Ms. Zach. Thanks for coming through. And yeah, I'm reading you now, and
You
I'm
come
gonna leave.
come find me anytime, okay?
For sure. Likewise.
All right, I'm
All right.
bouncing back.
All right.